This conference will now be recorded.
All right, welcome everyone. This is our week 4 session. Hopefully everyone is doing well during this week, during this tumultuous time of all the stuff's going on, but hopefully maintaining focus and continuing to move forward on a lot of the things you have to continue to perform on. We are obviously going to get into the feedback a little bit later on here as we go into the previous week's homework, just to remind ourselves as to where we were from the last time. Of course, homework was given based on our shape manipulation of the organic and geoforms, the shape relationship, the surfacing information and stuff, hatching in different categories within them. And of course, the demos that then proceeded afterwards. Today, what I would like to be able to get into, and based on the conversation that we had from last week, and hopefully everyone is still kind of on the same, I guess, side on this, which is about jumping into a couple of these different lectures that I kind of like mentioned last time as well too, just to kind of remind you, the lectures are based on things like portfolio, industry, branding, to social media, how I engage in those things, what my advice is towards those areas, mainly due to the fact that those are potential paths that most of you are going to follow at some point. Might be not now, but it could be soon. For instance, a lot of you are maybe just starting to do some of your foundations, you're beginning to just kind of sketch and draw again. And so things like, finding a career is not really in your path at the moment. It might be just education. So, what other potential things could you do to prep to go to that route? And that's one of the things we could potentially discuss. It could be also that we're moving into this idea of building a portfolio, whether you're applying it to more schools or potentially just testing how you would, bring your work together. Whether actually applying for a job or not. Some of you guys might already be working, so maybe you're kind of in here just to kind of refreshen your skill sets, but still having a little bit of like a thought as to how you would retailor the way you actually present your work could be talked about. Things like the social media, those are an area that right now at the moment, again, you might not necessarily feel comfortable, nor it might not even be on your radar to actually use as a way of a platform to share your work or to network or whatever the case is, but it might be. It might be in your plan as to like maybe going into things like, using of Instagram or something else. It could be other sorts of platforms that you might want to use to reach out to people. So these are things of discussions. Now, hopefully everyone is okay with going into this for this week. Also, I do want to give you guys a couple of demos based on our next stages of mileage work for this week that you have homework towards. We have 2 areas of homework that we have to give you. I have to give you guys one that does go into the application of this hatching onto our 3-dimensional abstract forms. So how we hatch, how we texture. The second part is then a project that I'm going to give you guys. It's going to be due the following week. The project is a visual communication exercise, which requires drawing and sketching, of course, but it's very specific in terms of what I want you guys to do. So that's something I'm going to introduce at the end of it and talk about as to what you have to kind of tackle. Once we wrap up this week, the following week that we get together, which is week 5, then afterwards, we now make a transition. So we're kind of at that halfway point where we've built up some, conversation and talk about techniques and how we see things and how we can build through basic abstract forms using line work and weights of heaviness of line as well too, and hatching methods. Now let's start to apply towards things that we can observe and reference from of everyday life, whether they're natural or whether they're man-made, and how we can then absorb that information to apply to potentially design or storytelling at some point into the future. Even the question that we got here from the end, which is the question about, what are the skills that you're going to need to compose a full-fledged drawing that can tell a story, convey a mood with characters, backgrounds, multiple props and elements, whether it's applied towards storybooks or concepts or whatever the case might be, illustrations, and should we see this as being, as being beginners, to be able to expect to be able to do this anytime soon? And that's, I think, again, it's a proper question, because if you are just beginning, a lot of people tend to want to put in a timeline by thinking, okay, if I know how much time it needs to be able to then practice to get to X, then hopefully I can match it. And this is, not a difficult question, but a question that can be hard to hear sometimes because it is not necessarily a direct answer. There is no X answer to this. I'm not going to say, okay, you need 2 years amount of time using this, this, and this of this classes to take, and all of a sudden you'll be able to do it. I'm sure it's obvious that you understand that's not going to be the case with any skill set, but at the same time, what are then some of the generalities, the estimates? What are some things I could do? What are some of the mindsets I can go towards to give myself the better chances to be able to produce something that I feel is equivalent to what I'm maybe seeing or what I'm trying to strive for? So those will be in discussions as we go into this discussion. So hopefully everyone's okay with the setup of the day. If there's any problems, any concerns, like, well, what can we talk about this? Or, whatever the case is. Like I said, I just want to make sure the majority is on board with that. Schedule-wise, We are on the 4th at the moment on June. Week 5 is coming up to the 11th, and we're not changing anything in the schedule at the moment. We're just pretty much, pretty much steam rolling ahead. So we have 5, 6, 7, 8. So our last day will potentially be on the 9th, and that's going to be going into July. So hopefully, by the time we get to the end of the term, we'll actually have another session kind of like this a little bit, because in week 9, it's a very open-ended Q&A lecture-based kind of system where there's really not, we can discuss other things that you can attempt to draw, obviously, in demos, but also it's another opportunity for me to kind of like discuss further things in application. For instance, one of the topics I brought up also was the idea of form language, the introduction to design, even the class that I teach in this platform, which is called Intro to Design Thinking. What does that even mean? Why would I even want to take something like that? How does that apply to what I want to maybe even do? How does even dynamic sketching connect towards it? And it has direct correlation. So around the end of the term is something I'll even bring up on that side of it. It's more of just a shotgun blast, a really quick introduction, the idea as to what the class purpose is. Not even the class purpose, more of the basis and concept as to why you're going to want to use stuff like that, whether you actually do it in an educational format or you just kind of go discover it on your own. In any case, that's pretty much the setup as to what we have. So that means we have 11, 18, 19, or 11, 18, 25th, and 2nd. So about 4 to 5 weeks of being able to draw for multiple different subject matters. To start off for next week, we are going to start off with the insect forms. I find insects to be one of the best places just to begin. And then we might alternate a little bit based on different sorts of things I'm interested in showing you guys, or possibly potentially based on interests and suggestions, which I will then kind of cater to, but at least take into account. But insects are going to be a great place to begin for the natural side, but also something that is also giving us a lot of diversity in terms of its proportion, in terms of its functionality, and also just a visual interest based on what we can get from that. So that's what we had from last week. I do have you guys' homework submissions over here. Thank you, Michael, again for sharing me the link. I do have a couple of submissions from the emails that I got, Celise, and I believe there was another one over here. This was from Alessandra. So I have you guys' piece on this side. And I don't believe Alessandra is here right now, but Celise is. Okay. And of course, everyone else is submitted on this end. If there's anyone that I missed through the email that I didn't download and you're here, please let me know. I did a quick check and skimmed to see if anybody else sent me stuff. Here is Wang sent me some things. Let me download that right now. Okay, Dominic, thank you. And let me transfer this over into the folder. Now, of course, Michael has been very generous of being able to share with us his Google Drive link so that we can use it free to collect work together. It doesn't mean you have to use it. It's just an opportunity for you guys to be able to share work. The benefit of something like that is that you have access even to other people's content. Not to obviously, have access to just to keep, but to be really inspired to understand how people are approaching things, to share, the understanding of how to move forward on stuff. So it's a very good thing, because usually in classes, that's what typically happens. You see other people's work, you have the opportunity to observe it. Noka, yes, the link was directly above, but again, maybe we'll share it again here real quickly. Give me 1 second, let me grab it. And there it is again. I don't think you need to be approved for it. Oh, I'm sure you actually, no, I think you do. But Michael is the one that's kind of running that, so maybe he's able to help us out in that situation. Because it's got to be shared with you. Anyone can edit, yeah. But I think it has to be shared to you, the link. And once you have the link, then you can edit. All right, so let's then go into the first couple of topics. And before I do so, let me open up one really quick folder as well that's going to help me with the social media branding side of things. And that's going to be inside here, I believe, right there. Okay. And I'm also going to need a couple of website pages. So I'll keep this open to the side here. And let me write down a couple of the notes based on topics that we're going to be discussing for today. This is week 4, lecture topics. And I'll try to keep this as brisk and as straightforward as possible, so that way it doesn't confuse anybody. If you miss something, if you don't understand it, if you don't, I'm not really quite sure exactly what I'm talking about, please don't hesitate to ask, to say like, can you restate that? Is there something you can actually go back and talk about again? Can you slow it down? I'll try to do so as best as possible. And of course, like I said, based on how things will go, I'll be mindful of time, but at the same time, most likely today will end up extending just a bit, mainly due to the fact of the feedback section, but also the demos that I want to do for you guys as well too. So this will be somewhat extended here. I'm already kind of predicting it. I don't want it to be overly long. So for people that are hanging out and having to have to leave right at the end of the class and don't get feedback live, I do apologize. I don't always want that to happen, but again, like I said, the amount of things we have to kind of get into, especially when I talk about stuff, does extend on time more than I like to all the time, but I will always try to be more cautious of it. Lecture topics today, we'll go into first on portfolio, which has multiple different little subsets, which will happen through discussion. Portfolios towards industry. We have things like social media, branding, and this is not something that is, stuff that's going to be mandatory for you to actually explore, but these are things of just questions I get a lot of the times over the many number of years of just teaching. Not even just always questions, but more even advices on things as I get to see a lot of the stuff like portfolios and social media. And through my experience, I wanted to share with you guys my thoughts and observations, and not necessarily, this is not a means for me to tell people what to do, and nor is it a right or a wrong or yes or a no, but more based on just be aware, okay? Because there can be pros and cons within the directions. And again, like I said, most, if not all of you, at some point in your creative future, you might tackle and might go into these routes and paths of developing a portfolio, developing a social media presence. And whether you do or not, at least the opportunity is always going to be there. And so if by chance you do happen to do so, you have a little bit of information and advice as towards like what you can think about as you then tackle it on your own time. So let's kind of begin on this. And I will be writing a few things down as I talk about stuff. So some things, the image may be kind of stationary. You may not be doing a lot of stuff, but I'll be talking. So a lot of this will be very verbal. You might want to jot down your own notes, bullet notes and stuff like that as we're also talking, because I'm not going to write everything down. I'll write some of the more primary elements of stuff. So you're not going to want to miss too much. And of course, obviously take breaks when you need to, step away, because I'll be talking pretty much just all the way straight. And that's the way I tend to kind of have to do this, where I can't stop. I got to keep going unless we lose too much time. Anyways, but do halt me at any moment so that we can kind of refocus to some of the questions, refocus to some of the lecture, and of course to answer some of your guys' curiosities based on some of these areas and topics. And again, please do ask anytime you want to jump in, all right? Okay, so when it comes to the portfolio and the idea of the industry and how and why do we even want a portfolio in the first place? Let me just create a new layer over here. And I'm going to set this up for you guys in terms of a visual analogy, but also just a little bit of a history as to, why I'm setting it up this way. First things first, I just want you to have an understanding of an analogy of a visual, which is a bookshelf. Think of your portfolio as a bookshelf, which of course will contain books. Now, the portfolio is in a platform of some type, printed, digital, whatever the case is, that contains a series or collections of your work that best communicates your ability and skill set to potentially do a job and show that you're capable, if not more so, to be hired to do so, right? Now, here's the thing about the portfolio thing too. I want to clarify about stuff. And by the way, if anybody here has things like websites, ArtStation, social media things, portfolios, even right now, if you want to share it, do so at the very moment. We might be able to use some of these as examples if anybody has anything. You don't have to. I'm not forcing you to. I'm just saying if you want to share it, right now is the time. What I want to bring up first is ArtStation and talk a little bit about your current potentials as to platforms you can use digitally and why also you might want to think about books or digital PDFs. First things first, ArtStation is a place where people can go to as a social media platform, but also as a art gallery platform to share work and connect and network and find work and whatever the case is. So of course, a lot of you guys I'm sure are familiar to ArtStation. For those of you that are not, it is basically like any kind of stream, a feed of images and designs and drawings. And on the front page here, we start to see a lot more of the trending, more popular images that are being shown at the front face. And as beginner people are coming in, they tend to be a little bit intimidated by ArtStation because they see like, oh my God, everybody here must be this good. but it, of course, has a huge wide range of individuals that are just trying to start, people that are actually working in the industry. So the first thing I want you to be very mindful of is that as you are beginning to put together, or at least have a presence online, if it's a portfolio, if it's a website, I know that you're thinking, am I ready? I want to make a portfolio, but I'm not sure if I should just step into this. I don't even want to use ArtStation. I don't feel like I compete to this. You have to be very mindful personally because of the fact that right now, I know competition is important. You need to understand who's above you or even who's next to you to say that where does my work stand, and can I then stand out enough to also potentially um, grab a position or a job contract wise or full time. You're looking for then opportunities, but the opportunities will only present themselves if your work is able to then show your capable skill set. So when you look at something like this, you're like, I'm not here. Well, that's also part of the problem, is that something like this, it can discourage and demoralize some people, because of the fact is that you can't really compare yourself, especially if you're just beginning. If you're professional, I mean, it's understandable, you're already working potentially. But if you're just starting right now, if you're coming out of school or you're still in school, and you go to something like this and say, my work needs to look just as good as this. Now, in my position, based on my recommendation to that, is that it should actually. Your work should be able to compete, but you shouldn't feel discouraged to say that your work is not. Because sometimes when you're looking at pieces like this, you might be looking at someone who's like a concept artist at a studio that's been there for maybe 5, 10, 15 plus years, right? So to say that I'm coming out of school, my work needs to be as good, yeah, I do believe that. Your work has to be able to compete. But to say that you're not going to be able to be good enough, or why am I not there right now because maybe it is better, again, you're doing a miscomparison because of the fact that you're looking at somebody that might have a lot more experience than you. So it's good to shoot for that. It's good to have that kind of competition and goal, but don't let it demoralize you. If anything else, it should invigorate you by saying that these people are amazing, and right now my work feels like it's going in the right direction. If it competes, fantastic. If it doesn't, well, what can I do to get my work up there, a skill set? This is where then you take more classes. Time might be the factor. It could be also just work experience, and based on a potential opportunity, maybe you get a chance to start working on things. Based on that, that experience will also enlighten you in terms of how working with people, working in the studio might actually happen. So again, anything is potentially possible. Nothing here is guaranteed, but the idea is in terms of how you position yourself and how you think and how you approach this mindset wise about how you feel about your own work, how you feel about the work you're seeing online, and also how you feel it needs to then compare and compete is a very, very delicate balance. And so it can be easily side to like, I suck, I can't do this, and you give up. Or you always see your work as being somewhat weaker, but in reality, it could actually be quite strong. So without being able to see some of your strengths, you will never really be able to capitalize, but then you also lose on the side of confidence. And when you start to look for work as a part of the portfolio, confidence and communication are two big factors here, because we're not only hiring you for just your quality of work, because as great as these pieces are, and as great as a potential of what your work can be, somebody will always be better, all right? Somebody is better than me, easily, vastly, drawing, painting, whatever the case might be. But maybe I can offer something that might be something better, a little bit better than what they can do. Now, everybody has strengths and weaknesses. Now, to be able to recognize what those other strengths are, or even strengths that are there that you can't even be aware of, which is exactly what I'm just saying, hopefully you can then train more and start to develop that awareness and sensitivity towards it, so you can also then harbor it and incorporate it into your ability, and not only just your ability, but then also in terms of how you then go out looking for work. Stuff like this, though, like I said, it is also a very touchy place, because I know that you look at this and like it seems like the quality is very high. Man, these people can paint and draw and design so well, but we also have to be careful of things like trends. You have to be careful of where this stuff overly influences you, where you feel like I want to be doing exactly this. Where it's important to establish, obviously an understanding of what's popular, what's good out there, and being able to follow suit, so you can actually get the same kind of eyes on your work as well too. But at the same time, not just conforming and just doing what you're seeing. Like how many times we see like crazy creepy creatures, or the sexy girl has barely any clothes on. So we see that all the time. And again, the really cool ninja kind of thing, it's countless. It's cliche to me. Honestly, places like ArtStation is actually kind of boring. And there's a couple of reasons why, and I'll explain it. I'm not saying that the work here is in any way poor. The work here is technically amazing, but there are a lot of factors here as a presentation of like a process of work, an individual's ability of a skill set. There's a lot of things I feel that lacks, but here's the other thing about this. ArtStation, in my opinion, is not a portfolio site. Okay, this is a site of a gallery that just shows feeds of people's current works or things they've done in the past. And you might think, well, isn't that a portfolio? Isn't a portfolio where I'm just collecting the best of my work and putting it into a gallery feed, digital, or like a book of a, an actual printed thing? Yes and no. Okay, yes and no. Yes, you want to be able to show the best of your ability, but no, it is not only just about showing great looking images. All right, it's not just that. A website, in my personal opinion, is not also a portfolio, because if I go to a website, anybody's website, what you're essentially just doing is just having an open experience. You're just clicking on the things that you want to see. Oh, this person has illustrations over here. This person has concept art over here. He has another tab over here based on sketches. It's all very just, it's a curated website with a bunch of different artwork that you can look at the way you want to. A portfolio is a designed experience. It's something from the beginning to the end that you are creating for someone who's looking at it. You are presenting them the work that you want them to see and have an experience on how you also did it, right? So it's designed. A portfolio is a designed experience. A website is a place where you can show your overall, scope of work that you've done from historical to the present day, many different things, but it's not showing them a method of how and what they should be looking at. They can click on whatever they want. A website is still a good thing. You still want it because as you are designing a portfolio and the client, the art director or studio is looking at it, you can then also send them the website by saying, here is extra content outside of this portfolio if you're looking for, more work that I've done in the past, things that might not even really relate to your company, but things that I've done before. So like I said, a portfolio is designed. So there's a couple of things we have to kind of write down there. It's a designed experience. Now this could be a book that you can actually print. It could be a digital file like a PDF. It could be, many sort of different things, all right? Especially in terms of how you present the book itself. But it is a page-turning book. Just think of it that way. And most times I get to look at portfolios, things like on iPads, their PDF or galleries, images that they have on their iPad and stuff like that. Sometimes people bring in their computers. Some people will print books. Some people will just, put them in sleeves and stuff like this. So there's many different ways, and we could talk about that real briefly. So design is not just the best. So how do you want to set up the portfolio then? And where does this, explanation come from? For me, just to kind of give you guys a quick setup, how I came to this slight conclusion about how I want to create a portfolio was way back in 2007, right? So my first job out of school, after Art Center, after 6 months of looking for work, was at a company called Technicolor here in Burbank, California, and I worked on a game called Warhawk on the PlayStation 3. And they hired me on, they found me because I was putting my work out there. The only thing I had back then was Blogspot. And I had a little bit of DeviantArt on there. That was it. So I had like a digital, PDF of a portfolio that I sent through email. I didn't have a website. We didn't have Facebook, we didn't have Instagram, there was no other social media. We had concept.org, but that was just a resource for information and connecting. And so that's all we had. So the Blogspot is where I kept most of my work. And they saw it on there. Somebody passed it over to them. They saw my drawings from this class done in the sketching. And they said, you could draw tanks really well. So they had me design tanks with them. So I started that, project and I started working and I worked there for 2.5 years. And after working for 2.5 years, the company wasn't doing too well. They weren't getting enough work and they started letting people go, layoffs. So I was in that first round of layoffs after 2.5 years and that was it. My time at Technicolor was over. Eventually over time, that place folded over. Technicolor existed, but that division of game development was gone. Now, after 2.5 years of working there, you have to realize I went home, I sat down on my couch, I had a severance check, and I realized I don't really have anything to show. I gotta find my next work. I gotta find another job, but I don't have anything to show for it because all the stuff I did from Art Center, which was now, again, 2.5 years ago, I couldn't use anymore. It's old. The stuff I did for the company, honestly, I wasn't really fond of. I liked one project from that, and it was the Warhawk stuff. I just grabbed that because it was the only thing I could really show based on things I just kind of liked. So beyond that, I had nothing else, literally. So the first recommendation when it comes to the portfolio stuff is that if there is anything 2+ years old, you got to get it out, okay? Take it out. when I start to see portfolios, I go to things like conventions and festivals internationally, locally, schools and stuff like this, and people ask me, it's like, hey, can you take a look at my portfolio? And I'll do so. I ask them questions and stuff like that, and sometimes I see work, I can see the quality difference of it. And usually I'm asking, what year did you do this? When did you do this? And some of them will say, oh, I did a couple years ago. It's like, well, why? If you're showing me this now and I ask them the question of, can you do this better now than you did that couple of years ago? And of course, the obvious answer for most of them will be, yeah, I can. So then my reply to that is, why is it in here? Why didn't you just do it over? Well, for them, it's like, well, I didn't have enough time, or it's like I needed, to show the work. This is what I have, or they didn't even think about it, So that's a big problem because again, that work does not represent you anymore. It's old. You can do it better. So anything that's more than 2+ years, up to 3 years old, get it out. It actually does not have any place in there. You can put it on a website. You could put it in archives. This is stuff that I've done back in 2013, stuff I did back in 2010, whatever the case is. But again, that stuff can be set aside somewhere else. It does not and should not exist in your current portfolio, all right? Now, if anybody here has any recommendations, advices of their own experience, please jot it in for people that are here also. If you're working, again, we would love to hear your opinion on this stuff. If you work for a certain company, it doesn't have to even be related to things like video games or movies, even if it's entertainment in general, of any type. And you don't have to be in an artist position. You could be a producer or someone who like works on the side or contracts. It doesn't really matter. Any kind of insight is going to be helpful. So this is the first recommendation that I can give, which is anything plus 2+ years, get it out of there. All right. So yeah, of course, it's a professional resume that shows your current work, but the old stuff that shows in a resume can be then visually displayed in somewhere else. So now that I realized this, after I left my first job, so the question from here is text descriptions, recommended portfolios. I'll actually explain that once we get into the development here. It's a good question though. Is that once I left that Technicolor place, I sat on my couch, I realized I got to start finding a new job, but I need to create new work. So I started over. So in the summer of 2007, I started in May. I spent 5 months, locked myself in my place, and I spent 5 months just working on a brand new portfolio. I had one project that I liked from the company, but everything else had to start over. All right. So obviously, I gave myself a certain amount of time. I didn't exactly give myself an exact deadline, but I said I got to start looking for work hopefully by the end of the year. So if I can spend this summer just working on things, and it took 5 months to create a new book, is what I did. Now, the question is, how do I start? How do you actually just begin to develop a portfolio in the first place? Let's say you really have nothing to show. Let's say you just have sketchbooks and drawings here and there, a couple of student work, but you want to develop projects and develop actual designs and putting it into a portfolio. And again, this portfolio is being centered on entertainment design, games to potentially like animation, but each industry will have their own specific requirements based on what the company might be looking for and also what the industry also requires too. I don't speak for the industries. I'm just saying this is based on my opinion and based on what I've experienced. All right. Again, another good question from Michael. We'll also talk about that once we get over here. These questions will definitely be answered. So Nguyen says, I heard from Marshall Vandross says something about you only have one shot for your debut as an artist. So you have to make sure you blow the interviewer's mind and ask, where in the world have you been? All that kind of stuff. Absolutely. I agree upon that. But, that's not how it worked for me. Okay, that's not how it worked for me, because everybody's experience, in generality, in terms of like the approach, the idea, you want that. What Marshall is saying is, the best kind of experience you can have, where the employer looked at your stuff and like, where have you been all this entire time? We've been looking for you. But that's not going to be the experience for everyone. But that doesn't mean you can't find work. Technicolor found me by chance. All right, I didn't even apply for the job. They found me. Now, their reply wasn't like, oh my God, where have you been? It's like, we just saw your work. Somebody passed it over to us. We like your drawings. We just think you will be a good match based on this project. And they just tested me out. 3-month contract, freelance. We just want to do it for that. They could have let me go after that. But after the 3 months of working is how I was able to then blow their minds. Because as I now worked for them, with them in-house, they got to see how I worked, who I was, right? So that was a little bit of a different thing. But is there a way to give them also that indication before even having to step inside and work with them in teams, where obviously I had to spend the time to build that kind of awareness for them. But is there something to do? Is there something I can do preemptively to have a much better reaction to what you're also what Marshall was saying? There is, and this is what this is going to be about. So after I started thinking about what to create, I sat down, and the first thing you can do is to write. So write a path for your development in the portfolio. So if I have to create designs, well, I don't want you to just start sitting here and researching and drawing based on my first thought. Oh, I'm going to do a portfolio based on, characters. I'm going to do a portfolio based on environments. And all of a sudden you start researching things like, I want to do a character based on, like, some kind of medieval knight kind of thing and mixed with something else. And you start drawing stuff in research. You don't want to do this, all right? You want to make sure you strategize a little bit. Set up some paths, the idea as to how you can curate and strategize of what you want to create. All right. So for me, the first thing I started writing about was what sort of genres do I want to get into? So I just worked on a list of different kind of genres. Not specifics. I'm starting off broad first, big thinking. Now here's the thing about this. As we go a bit deeper into this, here's a couple other, I guess not even reminders, but advices before we go further into the actual process that I went into. Have a primary direction for your portfolio. Now, what I mean by this is that a lot of you guys might be interested in many things, okay? I want to do character work. I want to do environment work. I want to do props. I want to do all this different stuff. I like everything. But when you're coming out of school, if you're a junior artist, you don't want to have a portfolio that shows that kind of variety, just in the beginning. The reason why is because not all that stuff is going to be equally in terms of skill set. Some things will be stronger, some things will be weaker. But also, you want to show a primary direction so you can actually now link towards a specific position. And so that way the producers or people that are trying to hire you know what you're trying to go for, right? So I think having a single mind towards an area of focus of a direction, whether like I want to do character work, I do want to do props, I want to do storyboards, well, focus on those specific areas and train yourself to get that skill set as strong as possible within those areas, all right? Now, some people might say, but shouldn't, I feel like I shouldn't specialize. If I specialize, I may not have a chance to work on other things. That's not true, okay? So if you focus on a primary direction and they hire you for that, does that mean you will never have a chance to work on other things? Of course not. If by chance, okay, I've done my job for the milestone this week, let's say you get hired on, and I got hired on mostly for character work, and I finished my characters. Are you gonna just sit there and wait to do another character if they haven't really, come up with the concept just yet, or at least in terms of like you making it? Well, they're gonna potentially have you work on something else. It's like, hey, you've done your quota for this month. You got all the characters done, but you want to work on some of these props? You want to try some creatures? That happens to me all the time. So things like that can very much happen if you also present the interest to do so at the company that you go to or wherever your jobs you're at. But as you also work, you can diversify the kind of job opportunities you get, and your portfolio will then begin to show the versatility skills over time. In the beginning, make it primary. Over time, it could eventually become more versatile, all right? So in this portfolio example that I'm going to give you guys, we can say that it's more of a primary direction. So as an example, it could be, let's say, again, character, environment, or storyboarding, or creature designs, or vehicle designs, whatever the case might be, all right? So here Cilius is saying, advice that Cilius has is about to, have another separate portfolio to bring into the interview, so you have new different stuff to show the interviewer and all that kind of stuff. So who most likely has seen all the work you've done in the first portfolio, so not sure if it applies to the concept art positions, but it's helped you. It's true, and there's some other different ways you can think about this too. So it's a good advice for there. So primary direction. So I started writing down different sorts of projects, and I thought about the genres first. For my particular portfolio, I thought about 3 different projects, 3. This is my portfolio. So I'm just showing you an example based on how I did it. Now this can be customized. You don't have to do like 3 projects. You can do 1 complete project if you want to. You can have many more projects if you want. But for me, I like 3 because I like the number 3. Especially when I draw a lot, I see these repetitions of rule of thirds and number 3 all the time. So I think that's the best balance. Like 2, it's a pretty good project. 1, I feel like I want to show my diversity within different style sets possibly. But I just want to show, again, I have different interests within, genres. Style might be the same. It could be centered towards a certain company, whatever the case is. But I went with 3 different projects. As an example, the first project was like a fantasy project. Second project was like a sci-fi one. Just general stuff, right? The third project ended up being actually the professional piece, the pro project. So this actually was my Technicolor project, the Warhawk game. I plugged it in as a third project. I had that, so I wanted to use it. So in reality, I actually had to only create 2 separate and new content of things. So based on these different genres, being 3 different independent projects, I now also wanted to create 3 independent designs for each genre. Now again, these designs could be centered towards a focus of primary action. So it could be all character work, it could be all environment work, it could be all prop work, whatever the case is. But it centers towards a fantasy, again, a genre, and I'm thinking about a general world. There's no real story in place. I'm not writing this whole idea of like this arc of a story, who the main character is, but I'm just developing a genre and a setting. I have a setting in the version that I had. It was a fantasy world that was in a desert, weird, like alternate universe, and it was like a desert planet. But I had a character who was like kind of like this nomad, and then I had a creature who was like his pack animal. So I had those 3 different designs for that one specific project of a genre, fantasy based. The sci-fi project that I had 3 different designs. It was like a racing world. So they raced through these spaceships and the city scenes. So I had an environment piece, I had a character piece, and I had a vehicle design. So for me, I diversified it. Why? Well, I'd already been working 3 years. So I showed that I could also work in many different things because the many projects that I've done had a lot of diversity. But if I was a student in the beginning, I would probably want to show more specifics and primary action, right? So this was the basic buildup, and I wrote all this stuff down first. These are the genres, these are the designs, this is a different kind of settings, and now I can research. Because now I know all the different things I have to create. Let's start gathering the references and information I can do. Yeah, so the 3 different categories I designed for the first 2 projects. Again, the first one was a fantasy, second was a sci-fi. It could all be centered as 3 separate designs as being a singular thing, again, all characters, but I diversified it. The fantasy one that I did a character, creature, environment. For the sci-fi one, I did a character, vehicle, environment. So I kind of wanted to hit these 3 different areas of designs to show them the world of the project. But again, that's me showing versatility. For recommendation in the beginning, you might want to center it towards a primary focus. All right. Now, you might ask, but still, am I allowed to show other stuff even though I have a primary action of things or primary direction? You can. So as long as the majority, the primary focus of the portfolio is within the direction that you choose, that doesn't mean you can't include secondary or third stuff that doesn't necessarily overtake it. Just keep in mind of this. If I said, I have a project I'm developing, a fantasy project. It's set within like the Wild West, and it's like this alternate universe with the aliens and stuff like that in it. Well, okay, I want to develop characters, but am I allowed to put in a creature? Or no, I want to put in an environment because I feel like everyone's looking for environment work artists, right? There's a lot of work out there for environment designers, but it's like, well, is environment design what you really want to do? But your thinking is, but if I show it, I can show them that I'm actually, thinking about the world, and I want to show them that, I actually have interest in these areas. But again, that question, is an environment work just as good as your characters? If it's not, it'll drag the entire portfolio down. The work has to be equivalent in terms of consistency and quality. The second thing is, once you introduce interest in working in something, let's say like environments, but you're showing it only because you felt like you needed to for the world of design. Well, what if now all of a sudden you're hired on something? You get a contract full-time position for 2 years, and all of a sudden you're just being given a lot of environment designs. And for them, they're thinking is, well, you liked environments also. Well, we don't have much character right now. I know that was your focus, but you liked the environments. Here's a bunch of environments. Now you got to work on environment design for 2 years. Are you actually going to be committed to do so? Is that something you're really going to like? So if you like environment designs just as much as characters, it might make sense to put them in there. But if it doesn't have any sort of interest for you, but you're only doing because you feel like you have to, well, it seems like everyone else is putting stuff in there, so I should be doing that too. Well, you're putting yourself in a position potentially of doing stuff for work that you might not even want to do. So keep that in mind as well, all right? So once I wrote all these notes, I then started researching, and then I began designing. And this is where then I was drawing, sketching, painting, finalizing, doing orthographics, everything through the entire process. These 3 projects, we consider them as the books that will go on top of the bookshelf. So we now have to organize these independent projects to be put on top of the platform, the portfolio book, in a certain order of read. Now, typically when I see student portfolios or I go to a show, What have I experienced in the last 10 years? Typically, the approach is this. People say, here's my portfolio. Can you take a look at it? Sure, absolutely. They hit me with the best stuff. All the best work is always at the front. Now that's obvious, right? Why would you start with the weakest thing? You start with the best stuff. But as I turn the pages and keep going through it, at the end of the portfolio, typically it ends with this. Oh, just loose sketches, figurative work. There's just some, drawings that I have on the side. They had nothing else to put back there, so they just put all the additional things of miscellaneous stuff. That's the last thing you're leaving with me, all right? So it ends up actually quite weaker. I'm not saying that drawings aren't important, and nor are they, necessarily weak in terms of their placement. But in terms of the read of it, what I want to get an understanding of is what do you want to do for a job, right? So if your primary action is about being a designer and your focus is within these primary directions of industry or at least a position, you got to be able to show me all these different projects that really hit towards that. The sketching is a part of the pipeline process to show me how you develop it. So it's got to be integrated in a way that communicates to me as an experience that tells me what you want to do and how you do it. So these books now have to be placed somewhere. So let's say this is the beginning of the portfolio. Of course, the best book, the first project, goes in the beginning. For me, my best project, or the one that I invested most time on, was the fantasy one, that Desert Planet one. This ended up being 6 to 7 pages. 6 to 7 pages, all right? Out of the 3 designs, I'm probably, I could have had like 2 pages per design. Or I could have done like 3 pages for one design and like maybe a little bit less for the other ones, because I can put more emphasis on one specific area and do less for the others if I want to. But in generality, I put about 6 to 7 pages for this particular project. Now this is give or take. You can do more or less, and you can rebalance this book any way you want to, all right? Keep in mind, this is the way I made my portfolio. I'm not telling you how you should make it. The second best project, the one I felt like I invested time in, I liked it, I put some good amount of process in, researching, drawing, painting. Where do I place it? Now, as you can probably understand now, where I placed it was actually at the back end. The second best project that I had, I put it at the end. Because of the fact that what I just even told you, I was, not to say that, what I'm telling you here right now, honestly, it's not like I was really even aware of it as I was doing it back in 2007. I just felt like I wanted to put it in these directions. And then as years went along, I started to really think about what I was doing. How would I verbalize it? Is there a way to even better streamline this? What did I even do back then? Whether they were even right or wrong, that I can even do better. So what I'm telling you right now is some things that I did at that time, where it's not like I was sitting here thinking, oh, I have a bookshelf, I have a ways where I organize portfolio. I just kind of put them where I felt like they needed to go, based on how I want the people to look at my work. But now I've been able to try to find a way to verbalize it as clearly as I can, so people get as to like how they can be more aware of that stuff, where I wasn't at the time. Second best project, 6 to 7 pages again. I want to leave you off with the good project, right? And so that way you know that this is something I'm really focusing on doing. This is things that I want to show you that I can do, that if you hire me, this is why you're trying to get me. So that means the third project, the one that maybe it was a third project you're developing, but for me, it was my professional project, Warhawk. I put that right in the middle. And this was like 4 to 5 pages. It was a little bit less. It wasn't as drastically, it was important because it was professional work, but it didn't have as, amount of the things that I might have had for the stuff I was developing from the ground up. So the reason why I put this in the middle in the first place, and why don't you just put it right next to the first book, or why don't you put it at the end? And the reason why I put it in the middle, because I want to maintain the viewer's attention as they're flipping through the book, because in between these 3, this is where the miscellaneous content goes. This is where the mini books of like independent designs, sketches and drawings, things of interest. This might be also where you show a little bit of versatility skills. Primarily I want to show you my character work, but I also like to do studies on composition. I like to also do figurative, studies of like dynamic sketching, right? Drawings from observation. I also like to, explore going on location and drawing environments and, studying architecture. You can show that stuff here. And they'll understand that's a collection of work, and this could be 5 pages here, 5 pages there, give or take more or less, right? So now everything is in the bookend, but as they're going through these pages, I want to bring them back into a center, focusing on saying, hey, I have also designed projects. This is all interesting stuff. It's fun work, but this is what you really want to look at. So I got to hold their attention. The worst thing that can ever happen to your portfolio in a person, let's say you handed them an actual physical book, or let's say even like a BiPad, is when they look through a couple pages and all of a sudden they grab the book and they start skimming and they're looking for stuff. I can take an iPad and as I flip through the actual screen through the gallery, swiping it, all of a sudden I start swiping faster, looking for stuff. I might even exit out of that, going to your gallery. So that's a bad thing because that means you're losing their interest and looking for something maybe specific. But hopefully you can maintain their attention some way with doing this. Again, to alternate the way we present this, your bookshelf, your portfolio could be one project, the entirety of it. So let's say primary direction, character design. The focus of the genre, fantasy. I have 6 or 7 or more different kind of character designs I want to do. So I hit them with the best design of the project or the character for that world, and I continue showing them more designs, but it's that one complete project only. That's it. I could sprinkle in a couple of miscellaneous stuff in between, but it's only going to be really just that one project. You could do 2 projects, you could do more. So this is how you can customize it to the way you want to, based on how you want to present it. Great question, Celise. So how you then how you introduce your portfolio is that I don't just open up the book and all of a sudden you see sketches and designs, right? So what you want to do is present the brand. If you have a project, a fantasy project, give it a name, give it a logo, create it for yourself, research different fonts, just take one of your designs, make it into a black and white silhouette, put it a drop shadow, make that your logo. So the idea is that you want to create this experience again, this idea that you've thought about things deeper. You can also put in a slight synopsis. This goes back to the question of, can I put descriptions in? Can I write stuff in there? Absolutely, you can. So you might want to put in a small little note of a synopsis. If they want to read it, they can. If they don't, they don't. But at least it's there, right? There's no excuse then by saying that, oh, I didn't know what it was about. Well, it was right there. You could have read it. If you didn't, I'll explain it to you. But the idea is that you want to introduce it real quick, small paragraph, not an essay, not a whole book, but a synopsis. And it could be talked about in a single paragraph. So how you then present the work, you gotta be able to just introduce the world, the character, what the setting is. Done. That's it. So a couple questions here that we're getting. So Celise, yes, introduction markers. So in between each project, intro. These do not count as your pages. These are just, markers to tell them this is where you're looking at something else. Without it, I've had this constant experience where a student comes in with a portfolio. I see one character, I turn the page, I see another character. I ask them, are these from the same world? They look kind of different. And they'll tell me, oh, no, this is a different project. Well, how do I know that? What if your style is very similar and I just assume they're from the same world? Now, that's a bad thing because now you're also miscommunicating things. So that's a problem right there, right? Kyle then asked, when you're picking the miscellaneous work, did you think about how portfolio transitions or similarities to the 3 projects? A lot of it was more based on things like quality, things that I just also liked, things of, potentially, like I said, dynamic sketching, which is, lifestyle and also interest of drawing observationally. Does it have to be related to the things you're actually going for the projects? It can, but it doesn't have to. Again, like I said, they could also be like off little, freelance projects or things you've just kind of done, on your own time, whether it was professional or not. It may not be as intensive in terms of a big project, but it's just a little bit of work here and there. So, even before I applied to or got a job at Technicolor, I was doing 1 or 2 odd, freelance jobs here and there, and I could have used those, also put them into, So Michael asked then, does portfolio building change for applying things like at art schools, like at Art Center? You're currently in high school and you're thinking about enrolling. It does. It changes completely. An art school portfolio is different than a professional career portfolio. An art school portfolio will be also designed, but it will be very much restricted by the requirements of the school. So it'll give you the exact parameters and the list of what they have, how many pages, what they want to see. They will give you that list, so it's there. And I know this mainly because I've helped many students develop portfolios to go to Art Center. And again, it's very specific. A lot of it's like, we need this many pages of like figure drawing. We want to see like this many number of images of like illustrations. Show us some of your interests of things. Show us some of your observational drawings. And there's like a certain amount of pages that you'll go for. These images will then be put into a PDF, and then they will be submitted to the actual website of Art Center and stuff like that. So it is different than this. But the website, when you apply it for it, should also give you all that information as you then go into that. And if at some point, if you do, Michael, especially while we're still in term, or if you're developing at the moment, you can keep asking those kinds of questions, okay? So as you research into it, something might pop up and like you might come to me saying, hey, this said this, what does that mean? Or what should I include? And Can you give me some advice? I'll try to do my best, right? So anyways, as this portfolio has been developed, again, intro markers, 6 or 7 pages, page count wise, right now, what you're looking at is at a minimum number of pages that you want to have in a portfolio. Don't worry about this right now, but a minimum number of pages, 15. Now, a 15-page portfolio for the industry is typically mostly for giveaways. It's more like, hey, this is just the best work that I have, all the paintings, the finalized pieces. You're not really showing process. You're not really showing your method of thinking. It's just about the finalized pieces that you have. You put them in a book and you're just giving them out. Hey, this is, my stuff. I just want to let you know I'm here. You're just kind of bringing up awareness, right? So you wouldn't take that to a job interview, but let's say you're going out networking. Let's say you're going out to different shows. I'll give you an exact example, an analogy that happened many years ago. Some of you guys might know this artist, Eitan Zana. Eitan went to, I believe, Laguna College of Art, and he's now a concept artist over at Naughty Dog, working all the stuff for Last of Us 2 and Last of Us and beforehand and Uncharted, everything else. And he mostly focuses on environment. That's pretty much the only thing he does is environment designs. And he has a very specific look and does a lot of the kind of painting, photo bashing techniques and whatnot. 3D stuff as well too. And he does workshops and classes, and he's very good. Now, the first time I met Eitan was many years ago at Comic-Con in San Diego. This must have been like 2010, give or take. I can't remember the exact date, but I remember the exact experience. Now, I didn't know Eitan. Eitan heard about me through mutual friends. So he came to Comic-Con in San Diego that particular year. I had a table at Artist Alley at the time. So if it's Artist Alley, it was definitely, I want to say by 2010, it was definitely before 2014. So it's probably around 2010. So he comes up to my table and he introduces himself, Eitan. He's like, oh yeah, we're mutual friends here. I know this person. He's like, oh, that's cool. Nice to meet you, Eitan. And we're just chatting a little bit. And he said, I want to give you this book. And he gave me this book that was his own work, drawings and environment pieces, mostly paintings. And it was a small little one, tiny little book. Imagine if you took an A4 size piece of paper and you folded it in half. That was about the size of the book. And he went somewhere and printed it professionally. It was all like, bound and perfect bound, soft cover, that kind of stuff. It was only about 15 pages or less. And he said, I only printed about 10 of these, but I'm walking around the show and I'm handing this to specific people and I want to give it to, and I want to give you one. I was like, oh, that's great. Can I buy this? He's like, no, you can have it. So I actually did a book trade with him. I gave him one of my books and he gave me one of mine. And it was a really good kind of, of a networking moment right there. And he said, thanks for your time. And he walked away. He didn't ask for like a feedback. He wasn't looking for portfolio reviews. He knew what he already had. And he said, I'm just looking for, connections. And if you hear of anything, just let me know. And here's some of my work. Very cordial, very professional. And so I remember that up to this point. Now, me and Eitan, we met up many number of times afterwards, and I still remind him about that experience. And yeah, he was. It's always kind of funny to talk about. But and he obviously succeeded and found the position he needed to, and Naughty Dog has been there ever since. But I thought that experience was really important because as he did so, it was more, of an actual networking experience than you could have done anything else. Like what most people will do is this. Well, here's my business card. Can I email you, or can you email me when you have time? It's not going to happen. 70% of the business cards that somebody would get most likely will fall through the cracks. All right, it just tends to happen that way, right? But if I got a book, oh man, this is actually something of value. I can actually flip through it right now, right? So it makes it easier as an experience to say that this is a work that you actually have. Okay, I want to go deeper into it. You have a bigger portfolio, right? Or I can send it to somebody else. Maybe they're looking for something. That's a really important thing about how you can maybe potentially develop different kinds of books. This is not like a job interview. This is you also networking, how portfolios can be then curated and designed in different ways as you're also using the same content, but just being able to design it in different opportunities, right? A mid-scale book is probably going to be around 25 to 28 pages, and a couple of pages makes a lot of difference. My book was actually within this range. Max, you're going to go 35 plus. That's a big book. Now you want to be careful because a large book like this is just too much content. You're just sitting there going through page after page after page. And for us, as we're doing reviews, we got to get through it. There's like other people waiting. So we just want to make sure we understand what you're going for and we can give you the information. But if we're sitting there going through 40 plus pages of content, it's just too much. So you have to make sure you're mindful of that experience of that design. All right. So these also ask, do you prefer printing companies for portfolio books? Another good question. We'll get into that right here in just a second. So I like to stick with the midsection, but like I said, you can have multiple different kinds of books depending on the situation. Keep that in mind. The fact that you might print it, but these days, that question Celeste is asking, do you prefer, printing printed books? Right now, in most general experience that I've seen, most portfolios are now digital. So they'll bring an iPad, they'll bring, a laptop computer, and they have potentially, different design portfolios that might have more pages or less pages, PDFs, whatever the case is. Now, I would recommend that you actually have these PDFs, designed and already curated, and not as a gallery of a folder. Oh, these experiences are the worst. Let's say this is a portfolio, okay? And people bring up like their laptops or they'll bring their iPads too, and they open up a folder saying, this is my portfolio, and they click on the images. And it's just really cumbersome. Sometimes I'm trying to move forward or back, or I close an image, and I lose my folder in place. So it's better to have it already designed to a single file. So you already know where everything is. Some things get lost, like, oh shoot, I can't find that file. So it becomes a mess. And that inefficiency really hurts them a lot, because it lacks professionalism. So PDFs are great. However, printed books have a lot of benefit as well. Now, for me, when I made the portfolio, it was all those classic, Itoya, Itoya plastic sleeve ones. Back then, printing books was really difficult. But these days, printing is much, much easier. You can easily go to places like a Blurb. You just need one book printed. They cost about 30 plus bucks. Not too bad. The only thing you have to consider is the fact that these are all books that have a certain dimension and size you have to choose from. But again, it can look very professional. Now, most of the books I've seen that are like this actually came from Europe for some reason. Like here in America, I would go to like different Comic Cons and festivals, and they're mostly just kind of little ratty and plastic sleeve books kind of stuff, which is fine. I understand that. But does this add a level of professionalism? I can't deny that it does. So having photo books or printed books that are bound hardcover or softcover, fantastic stuff. So this is an option, and it's easy to do these days, really easy. So you would design the book just like you would in portfolio, and then just make sure the dimension size is the way it is, send it out, print it, get it shipped to you. You can also make these as potential giveaways, as I said earlier, right? You make 10 of these, smaller books, 7x7, soft cover, and be much, much cheaper. In any case, that's one area in terms of what you can apply it towards. Now, there's a couple of things you have to, again, be mindful here. As you have all of this kind of set up, you start creating the work and you start putting it out there. There's just one big question you have to ask yourself when it comes to the portfolio. And this is the main question I ask for most people as they present the work to me. The question is this: does your portfolio speak for you? This is right now one of the more important aspects of the entirety of the portfolio. Regardless of whatever your focus is, regardless of what your content quality looks like, how you organize it, whatever industry you're going for, does the portfolio that you are creating speak on your behalf? Does it communicate to the person you're trying to show it to? Here is the thing you have to think about. Imagine any kind of job position you're applying for. Do you actually go to that company, walk into their front door, go to the office of the actual art director, and hand them your portfolio? Of course not, right? When do you actually get to see the people and actually discuss things with? Maybe festivals, Comic Cons, stuff like that. Then of course, you can actually sit there and maybe talk to them. But even then, when I talk to my students, even at school, let's say I'm at Art Center and somebody comes to me saying, hey, can you look at my portfolio? I say, sure, I do a lot of reviews. And I said, now get out, leave my room. So I'm gonna look at your book, I'm gonna look at your portfolio. If you are not there to speak for your portfolio and to explain to me what you've been doing, how you did these things, and your portfolio doesn't communicate that to me, that is a weak portfolio. Now you think, okay, but I just want to, if you only included the best of your work, beautiful paintings, I can look at it. How many paintings do I have to see to know that you can paint? 3 or 4? Well, what else can this guy do? What else can this lady person go into, right? What are their skill sets? Okay, I can see they can paint, but how do they think? How do they actually research? How do they actually get to this point? What other skill sets in terms of like graphic design? What about in terms of things like, how they problem solved an issue? Can they even show me how they overcame that? How much time did it take for them to develop this? So if I see one painting and it looks really pretty, it's like, okay, cool, it's a great painting. But you know what? Again, there's somebody else that can paint just as good as you, if not better. So I want to go for the person that's cheaper maybe. But if you can paint really well, but also show other skill sets, now you're more valuable. Not only more valuable, I can see how you will fit within my company. If I'm a studio and I'm hiring you in a position, I have 5 concept artists in a room. Oh, we got one more position open. We got to hire somebody. And I look at portfolio books. I know the culture of my team. I know how they work. I know their pipeline, how they, approach things, of a thinking. So if someone is being hired, I want to make sure they also fit within that same pipeline, that process of gears and the machine of how it works. But if you come in here, I don't see how you did the stuff. Even though it looks really great, I don't know how well you'll be able to actually fit within that machine. Maybe you can show it really nice, but what if it takes you forever? Well, that's not gonna really work. Our deadlines are kind of quick. Well, they're really good, but what if actually it doesn't have the same kind of working methods that the rest of the team goes for? It might conflict, different types of thinking. So if you don't show a proper way of doing it, then of course there's no forward then. And yeah, you could show your process, and even then you might not get hired because you are maybe a bit too separate than what the culture of the company is looking for, but at least you're showing it, right? But then you could potentially get network. Oh, okay, our company's not really for you, but you might want to look at these people. They might be able to give you advice. I know this mainly because as well, I was at the last big company I was at was Tryon in San Diego. We had those kinds of sessions. Me and my team, we was a team of about 8 concept artists. We had 1 lead concept and the rest of us were just concept team, and we might have a position open. HR will come to us saying, hey, we're looking for new people. We selected about 5 portfolios for you. So the HR individual, the person that is going through human resources, hiring processes, they're the front lines. They're the filter first. Now, they're not really artists, but they looked at enough portfolios to get a sense of like, hey, this person might be kind of cool. We'll send it over to them. So they send it to us, the concept team, and we go into a room. We looked at all the portfolios together and we talked about them. Hey, what do you think about that guy's work? And these are things that we've literally said. I love his paintings, but where are his drawings? Literally, this is one thing that one guy said, the lead concept artist. So we would discuss it. Oh, I like this guy's work over here. Let's put him aside. No, this one, not so much. Doesn't really seem like it will fit well to what we do. So once we looked at the work, we've already decided if or not your work quality and your working method will work within our team. Once we've done so, the next step isn't to call you. We have a phone interview. The phone interview then is really important because now we want to get to know who you are. We've already decided about your work. So people think it's like, oh, it's, we're talking about the quality of my work and stuff like that. No, we've already decided. We might ask you specific questions about your work in terms of why did you create it? What is it for? How did you go about doing this? With more information about wanting to hear how you would explain it. But now we want to make sure we understand that you are a cool person, because you can have a great process and you might have great looking work, but if you're an asshole, we don't want you here. But if we're hiring you for a 2-year contract, then we're going to be stuck with you for 2 years. So we don't want that, right? So we want to make sure the people that we are bringing in is very highly processed or filtered. Now, in most situations in a hiring process, in most times, we look internally first. Let me give you a setup as to what happened afterwards. Here's that question. Think about that, all right? So once I built my book, I then started looking for work myself. This is in around September of 2007. I finished the book in about 5 months. Got my book together, had a printed book and a digital version of it, PDF. And I wanted to start looking for companies to go work for, mostly within games, because the games is kind of where I fell back on. This is what I literally did. At the time, I was like, I really didn't even quite know where to look for jobs. I didn't reach out to any friends or contacts. That is. I don't know why. That's the one thing I can't really give you an answer towards. Like, why didn't I reach out to more people for work positioning? Actually, you know what? Maybe I did for the company out west that did the Tony Hawk games. I had a bunch of friends that were there. I think I did contact them, but I think that was the only place I contacted for some reason. But anyways, of course, back then I didn't really have as many contacts, so I was kind of limited in resources. So I just went online searching for things like, different kinds of places to look for companies. So what do? I tend to look for different names of companies and different games, but eventually I kind of like got flustered. I have to find a place where I have a list of places. This is what I don't know why I went this direction, but this is what I went towards. I went to Wikipedia and I typed in video games. Video game publishers. And on video game publishers, you'll actually get this little series over here, and it shows you even lists. Right down here, there's a list of video game publishers. This is actually what I did in 2007. Now, of course, back then there weren't as many companies as there is now, but this will give you a list of pretty much every video game publisher that is out there. Ones that are defunct and dead, some that are still active. And of course, I was just going through the ones that I'm familiar with, or the ones that I was looking at that were still active locally, or whatever the case is, and I went to their website. Oh, here's Activision Blizzard. This is based in Santa Monica, and so they have a website. So I went to all these different companies based on a list on Wikipedia, and I started applying. So you guys will go obviously to the career page, okay, careers, and you're looking for, let's say, a position. I hope they have a concept art position. And you're looking. Here is careers at Activision, find your dream job. Let's type it in. Let's see if there's any concept. Looks like they have a senior producer, senior lighting, VFX, ops. Again, I've spent so much time and experience back then looking for work like this. How many websites I've gone through, searching, looking for that right word, art or concept art positioning, and being disappointed knowing that there isn't, right? Art. Junior environment artist, 3D stuff. Senior lighting artist, VFX. This is all 3D. So no 2D, no 2D work. Now here's the thing. Just because it's not listed on the career page does not mean they're not looking. How it generally works in a studio, especially within things like animation, games, any industry or creative, is they're always looking. If they have a good opportunity of a person they really like, they will consider it, okay? They will create that opportunity. It doesn't mean it's, again, it's a complete close off. The best thing you can do is just try, just to apply for it, even if it doesn't exist of a positioning. Don't worry about that. In most situations, when there is an actual position that is open, they don't list it. What they do first is they go internal. They go to the internal studio and they ask their own employees, we have a position open, do you know anybody? Is anybody you're looking at that you can actually vouch towards? Can you recommend anybody? Then they'll search for that. If they find someone, cool. Usually that's most situations. But if they can't seem to find anyone, then they'll go online. They're looking for more diversity, right? So that means that position could still actually be there, but maybe they're actually just searching right now internally. But if you have sent your work in, I mean, what's the reply you can get? No, I'm not looking right now. Okay, great, move on. At least you now know, right? They don't want you. But in case you send it in, they say, oh, okay, we got your work. We're just gonna put it off to the side. We got your contact. We'll reach out to you in case there is something. What if you got something like that, right? So the idea is that you actually want to find these places that you want to work for and just send it in. All right, send it in. And again, like I said, the worst thing, actually, the funny thing when I was talking to Simon with the podcast a couple of weeks ago, and I totally agree with what he said, was, you know, the worst thing that actually could be said in his opinion was yes. What if they say, yeah, we want you? Now you're in a position like, shoot, now I got to work. Now you're being hired on, and you have to now perform, right? So you can ask, studios favored people who has recommendations over someone who was a complete stranger. Absolutely. They trust their employees. Why wouldn't they? So they're going to want people with recommendations. So this is why then the question of, well, that means networking is really important, right? 100%. A huge part of how you can get work is who you can know. So that other stuff, I mean, networking is a whole complete another lecture, but I guess advice on things. But networking becomes crucial. This applies to every field. Absolutely, Dominic. So then how do I network? Well, again, it's an actual skill that you gotta learn also in time. If you're shy, if you don't like to talk to people, well, get over it. Get over it, because you're gonna have to. This is a people-based industry. You're working together with people, and you think, no, I wanna go independent and freelance. I don't wanna deal with any people. Well, I'm sorry, that's not gonna be the case. You're gonna always find in some position, if you're working in the creative field, working with somebody else. It may not be a big team, but you're gonna guarantee work with somebody, a client, an art director, right? Some sort of company of a position of a person, a middleman that you have to talk to. There's always someone there you have to present your work to. You got to be able to talk about it. So if you're like, oh, but I don't want to go to a meeting, I don't want to talk to people live, again, get over that. I know it's not easy. I know it's scary. I know it can be very, like, again, anxiety building. And I know this because it was for me. I was an incredibly introverted individual. I hated groups of people. I didn't like going out, especially when I was in school, you know, in my teens, early 20s. I just didn't like it. But I had to alternate my mindset, not to say that the being introverted was wrong, but the fact that the positions I was now going into commanded the fact that I had to now fit those, again, people to perform in those positions. So even though it was uncomfortable, I had to do my job. If I don't, then of course I gotta leave, right? So are you gonna let it get towards you, or are you gonna find a way to adapt? And so that way you are going to always be an introverted individual, but can you now also flip it on when you need to, which I can. It takes time, but through chances and opportunities to experience, it will become easier. There are a couple things I wanted to mention too. There was something I was kind of lost my place here for just a second. It was about that, okay, networking. So when it comes to that networking, the idea is when you have like a portfolio and stuff like that, you want to you obviously want to go to like a show or a convention and get feedback, or even just apply to a job like I'm saying right now, looking for those people in the industry to connect to. But in a lot of cases, it's really important that you also work together with people that are in lateral next to you, people that are just right next to you, also working in the same momentum. One, partly for friendly competition. What are they doing? What can I do? How can I separate myself? To get a connection. That is your connection that you need. That person might get hired. As that person gets hired, maybe he can vouch for me. Oh, we worked together as a team before. Oh, hey, by the way, they're looking for another person. Can you send me your work? I'll send it over. That can happen. So it's important that you guys try to find a network, but don't think about networking always with the professionals. Network with the people that are also around you, next to you, working with you, okay? It can be very intimidating. I totally understand that, Nguyen. But these are things that you'll have to face at some point. And they can feel like walls, but there's always some way to get through it. Not always just trying to bust your way through it, but you can find help from the other side. You can find some other ways to sidestep it. And it may not be a direct approach, because the position that you're looking for or the company you want, it may not happen, as I said earlier in the term. As I said, you guys will not most likely get the job that you want. So how do you alternate that? How do you adapt and move to a direction where you can find work still, build experience, and maybe you'll come back into that goal set eventually. So for me, networking has become obviously a huge aspect to it. So do think about that as you move forward, okay? I'm trying to think of anything else I can maybe introduce you towards. But again, that big question was down here, really, just does that portfolio speak for you? So as you guys go into this idea of developing your own work and portfolio so that you can start to apply for certain things, even if it's like small freelance jobs or even things, it doesn't matter even if you feel like you're not trying to go for something as a full-time position. Oh, I'm just looking for a junior position. If you come in there with this kind of professional thinking, it will blow their minds. It will blow their socks off, because now you're showing that you're thinking more than just about technique. You're thinking about also processes, how you problem solve, how you research. You're trying to show other skill sets that will then separate you from the people that are only trying to show the best of what they can do. And as I said, there will always be someone better, all right? So this is a way and recommendation of how you can think about a portfolio, what a portfolio is, and how you might want to think about curating it as you move into the future. As you are developing work right now and years will pass, you're going to want to continue to update that work, refine it, or to start over with new stuff constantly, which is why you have to be working nonstop. You can't say, I've done one project, okay, great, I'm going to work on another one, and I'll use that eventually in portfolio. Well, after 2 years goes by, you're going to look at that work and be like, well, shoot, this stuff is old. It doesn't look really good anymore. You have to do it again. Don't just drop it in, okay? All right, any other questions based on that? Portfolios, industry, connections. All right, let's move forward then and talk about a few additional things. It can relate to the industry a little bit here. I'm trying to think of anything else I can give to you guys that might be helpful. Oh, you know what, actually, research. Research is an important factor here. Question from Neon is, did you have to learn how to lay out your thumbnails in different categories in your design process the best way possible? I did. I just learned by doing it. Taking graphic design classes can be helpful. I actually had an associate's degree in graphic design before Art Center. So I learned a little bit about fonts and text and layouts and, that kind of stuff. But I wasn't any kind of like professional graphic designer. But having a little bit of an interest in it does help quite a bit. What can you look for inspiration if you don't have those skill sets? Well, look at books, book designs. Imitate from them directly. Choices of font, color sets, the graphical layouts, the shape language, all that kind of stuff. So, design really is all about just problem solving with any sort of design, graphical design, entertainment design, product design, transportation design. Everyday life requires some sort of problem solve, whether for storytelling or for interaction. A poor design is when the person interacting with the thing you're presenting with them has no idea how to actually process it. Poor design obviously is a part of that. Even like when you look at phones, why was iPhone so successful in the beginning? Because the UI system was so easy and intuitive to use, because it was a very simple design. So it exploded because it was so easy to jump into. Where sometimes PCs and laptops, when you look at computers, you know, everybody will say Windows is like the best type, but then for the general user, it's just a little bit like, I don't need all that stuff, you know? That's why Mac OS became so big. So simplicity went out there. But then also in any sort of design, poor design will present itself based on then if you don't know how to actually use it, if you don't know what the story is about, if you don't know what they're trying to say, it's a poor design. So even here, the communication of that, do they understand what you're trying to say with these design pieces, right? Well, what's the story about? Hopefully you can communicate that real quickly in the beginning. Do the characters really show, again, who they are, what the personality type is, what the role is in the project, then a process of how you developed it and how you then designed it. All of those things have to be thought about. This is a, you know, relates a little bit to what you talked about, you know, as a question, Ian, about, you know, what sort of skill sets do we need to be able to create image works, illustrations, or pieces that enable us to, you know, have all the elements of things like characters and props and environments. Well, thinking mindset is a huge aspect. What do you want to say? What kind of story do you want to tell? It can't just be a flashy looking image, or else it's just, you know, a limited piece based on just visual. Is there something deeper in weight, right? Again, if we just go back to ArtStation, this is a part of the reason why I find ArtStation so boring. Because I look at this stuff and we can, again, appreciate the technical qualities of all this stuff. They're beautifully designed. But I look at this as like, I don't know what I'm supposed to feel about this thing. Who is this character? What is the personality type? What kind of role and function does this character have, right? And we could say, well, okay, well, if someone maybe who's young, we can look at something a bit higher quality. Wow, this is a really cool looking design. I like all the different orthographics and stuff like that. This has a lot more information. We get a better sense of its, you know, potential role. He's obviously something who's a lot more aggressive looking. I love all the different kind of information based on turnaround and orthographic and technical manners. He's obviously very slick. He doesn't seem very heavy weighted. I can get a feel of how this character will present himself on the screen, you know? Again, it can still be very beautifully done, but at the same time, still, it's like, I want to get a sense of more. Like, here's a guy in armor suit. Great. So what? It's a cool painting. I think technically it's pretty cool, but we can, you know, scrutinize the anatomy and the painting and the drawing, but I'm looking at beyond that. Who is this character? What kind of world does he come from? What role does he play? I can understand from a design sense that this is important. We show a standard A pose, T pose, turnaround for then development of 3D. We need to have that in a portfolio. But beyond that, what are you trying to say about your design? Who is this individual, right? What kind of position does he hold? Is he an important primary character, or is he just a secondary character? And based on that, how you pose him, right? The different qualities of the design. The armor set right now has a couple of little rusting, little crack, but why? Why is it like that? Why isn't it pristine? Is he from a certain army? Did he come from a battle? Is he like a rogue? There's so much information and questions that I'm asking now. It's like, well, who is this thing? Now, again, Vladimir's not here to present and tell me all this stuff. So as I ask these questions, I just assume. Now, as I assume wrong, potentially. He might have completely different thoughts, which could be really great, but they're not being presented. They don't tell me anything, you know? Oh, that's a cool looking witch. All right, so what? Who is this witch? Is she good? Is she bad? Does she work for the king? Is she some sort of like, you know, crazy witch that lives in a cave and that goes against the big kind of, you know, monarch or something like that? I don't know who this character is. Oh, here's a heavy set kind of Viking / Celtic, I don't know, weird combination of stuff. I like the shape language, it's pretty cool. The design's interesting. Obviously borrows a lot from certain cultures, but okay, he's supposed to be maybe aggressive and heavy and super dominating, but he's just standing there, right? He looks nothing like, or feels nothing like, of what his intention might need to be. So what do I want to do? Well, I show this for design, front and back side view, I can develop it, but then now I want to show expression, poses, you know, even through sketches, and of course a final painting that shows camera angles and stuff like that. Does he have to be in an environment? No. It could just be him in a pose, but at least I now feel more based on the characters in the visual. But if you don't even think about that, if you don't even write it down, if you're not even aware of it, your design is already somewhat weak. I mean, we can obviously look at illustrations and be like, well, there's story there. But again, this is not design. This is an illustration, and it's different. Designs are about, again, problem solving a certain asset. We have this character. He exists within this world. He fits this role, and this is what he does in this story. Okay, I got to now problem solve the visual. And hopefully that visual matches up to the actual intention of the design. If it's an illustration, we've already designed those things. Now I have to create the illustration that shows a mood, a setting, you know, potentially, of course, story, things like, you know, the genre of it, whatever the case is. And that's the purpose of an illustration, right? it gives us more information based on those areas. But that's the thing about this now, right? I look at this stuff and like, there's some really cool images, but man, I don't really actually pull anything from some of these. That's a cool looking character right there. I love the way he's drawn and painted. I love some of the actual different, variations and all the silhouettes. Great design process. But like, I want to know more about who this guy is. And we can get a sense of it, maybe. But I wish there was more weight to the individual. I was like, maybe that was really weighted. It's kind of like, pulling off to the side. I kind of visualize even guys that, work in the mining fields that are carrying up things like, there's that one strong, powerful image where they're carrying up these yellow rocks and stuff like that. It's like what the hell was that? Sulfur. And they're carrying up sulfur, all these guys, and the traps are really big and all that weight, and they're carrying calluses and stuff. And maybe he's like some poor guy who's trying to like, again, I'm thinking of a story now, but then is that story being communicated? Now, understandably, this is all just, design phase process is mostly visual, and I'm sure that story is there. And it can be communicated through other imagery work, but still, So do you communicate all those informations in one page, or do you need multiple pages and sketches to communicate all those? Multiple pages. As I said earlier, your project could have 2-3 pages of it. The first, second page could be sketches, research, some of the posing, the different variations that you might want to go for. Second page, or the last page could be the final design with orthographic, right? How many pages does this guy have? Well, several, but would he show all this stuff in a portfolio? Most likely not. I would curate, select the ones I want to go for. Out of all the headshots, maybe just 2 or 3, out of all the silhouettes, maybe like 2 or 3 of those. So I'm selecting to show them as a general experience of the design process. Now, if I want to show all this stuff, I put it on my website. Hey, you want to see more things? Go there. In terms of the other recommendation that Celeste gave us, the additional portfolio or extra content that you could bring into an interview, absolutely, you can show that. I would recommend that too, additional books. But not only this, you can also bring in sketchbooks. Oh, this is my design portfolio. By the way, I also draw a lot. Check out my sketchbook. Let's say you also have professional work. Let's say it's under NDA contract, right? You work for a company, it's under NDA. NDA is a non-disclosure agreement. That company's working on something live. You're not allowed to show it. It's not public. So you can't put it on the website. You can't put it, anywhere online, but you could potentially lock it under a password on your website and send it to them. Only you have access to it with this password. Please don't share it. Hopefully, based on good faith, they won't. You could also potentially print it, because if you print it in a book, you can show it to them, but they won't have access to it, right? So you can do stuff like that. And this is the last thing about portfolios. Design experience. Design it for the studio. Whatever company, industry, area of focus of work you're going for, let's say you're applying towards, let's say again, Blizzard or Riot or Naughty Dog or anywhere else, Disney Interactive, anything, your portfolio has to be designed for that company. So if I'm making something like this, and let's say I'm creating a bunch of like, really adult graphic horror, blood and guts everywhere, I'm not saying you can't do that. But if I sent that stuff over to like Disney Interactive, they're gonna be like, we don't do this stuff. Why are you sending us these images? We create games or even things like animation. It doesn't connect to their brand. But if I sent it over to things like id Software, who's making Doom, they're gonna be like, great, this is awesome. This is cool stuff. Connects well to what we do. So research becomes key. Researching the company, researching their brand, researching their history, researching the people that are there. If I said I want to work for Naughty Dog, that's a really cool looking company, despite whatever their working conditions are. But still, okay, I want to go for Naughty Dog. That's my dream. And I know the history of the company. I know the kind of games they've developed. You want to know everything. You want to even play their games. Even places like Blizzard or Riot, if you don't play their games, they won't even look at you. Okay, their employees have to play their games. That's a requirement. Now you might not realize that, but in most situations, it's very much like this. If you don't know their products, if you don't know their brand, well then why are you applying for us? Why are you even interested in our company? They want people that are interested in them as well. So you have to show that level of it. So research. Well, where do I research this stuff? Well, here's a good place. How about LinkedIn? Let's go to LinkedIn and we could say, okay, I want to find out more about certain companies. You can go to LinkedIn and find and research it. Let's say we do go to Naughty Dog. Well, there's Naughty Dog, the company. And now this LinkedIn site will tell us the number of employees that we have. We can visit their website. We can know the location. We have an about. We have the job sites here as well too. We can go to the employees, and we can find out who's there. We have a lead designer, vice president, is Neil. We can connect to him. Here's Aaron, my friend, who's a concept artist, has been there for a long time. I can message him if I want to. So now I have all these people that either work there right now or have some sort of degree of connection to them. John Sweeney was art director at Naughty Dog, currently working on Last of Us 2. So now I can also find out who's working there and also their work. I don't know what my work's supposed to look like if I'm applying for the company. Well, I'm gonna look at the people that are already there, right? I'm gonna try to match up to it. Why would I send them work that has no relation to the things they're doing? So I'm gonna send them a majority of concepts that are closely related to what they do, but I can also throw in some other stuff to show them versatility within a primary focus, just to show you that you're not necessarily just kind of, pigeonholing yourself. But these are things to be mindful of. They're really important. Research, highly, highly crucial. Anthony, I know, actually. I work with him at the Bottle Rocket Studios. Aaron and I went to Art Center together. John Sweeney, I know from mutual friends. Charlene was a former student. Who else we have? Tons of people. Rob Ruppel, I know, good friend of mine. Mostly the art people that I know. Alexandria, great concept artist over there. I'm taking them. So, like I said, all this stuff is at the end of your fingertips. All it requires is a little bit of initiative. And once you're able to do so, then it takes a discipline to sit there and then do it, right? Do you have the interest, the passion, the discipline, the skill set then? And then, of course, you got to build those skills. So again, going back to your question again, well, you got to, of course, take the appropriate classes. And after taking a class like this, will you then have all the skills you need to obviously create that kind of image work? Of course not. We're still in a foundational method as you are just beginning. So do you need other stuff? Perspective, figurative work, design classes, painting classes, lighting studies, everything. And some of those classes you got to take it several times. How much time will you need? Is there an actual X number? Well, let me just give you one. I'm going to say 2 years. 2 years, if you spent 2 years on full dedication, full-time hours of learning as a student, and you just committed yourself day in, day out, worked and busted your ass to build as strong of a quality, knowing a good direction of intention of a goal. I want to work for this industry. I want to have this kind of work. There's no expectation. You're not saying you have to be that right now or be that at that point, but that's your goal. That's your orientation. And as you move, you go from year to then month to month to then week to week to the day. I know what I want as a goal. I'm going to try to strive for this by the end of the month. I know what I'm going to do for this week, and I'll definitely got to start today, right? So if I'm able to do so, then it's about consistency and discipline. Can I not do it tomorrow? If I do it tomorrow, I might reach the end of the week. Oh, did I hit my goal? Great. Keep going. Another 2 weeks goes by. I'll hit my month. Did I do everything I wanted to go for? Yes, no, I start to take notes. 6 months goes by. Or am I looking right now? Am I still on point? Did I fall off? Am I on? How do I adjust? End of the year, you look back on the entire experience and you see, am I growing? Am I not? Do I have to push more or less? Based on feedback, based on talking to people, is where you then start to, rebalance things. After 2 years, you should be able to get a good level of fundamentals in place, introduce yourself to some design, and you should be able to create images that might be able to curate multiple different subjects for images of illustration. Will they be professional level is the question. Most likely not. But in 2 years, would you be able to sketch, design, create, at least from your imagination? Potentially. There's always a high potential. But again, like I said, there's no guarantee. But that's just me giving you an actual hard number, if I was to say so. I think if anybody dedicated at least 2 years hard into it, you will see some results. There's some people that obviously will fall off to it, and of course, as for 2 year applies, and I think you should always kind of block it out in that 2 year period. So in the Art Center, obviously it's a 4 year program, which tends to be a lot more for some people, but it's usually a 4 year to kind of get through all that transition. So I think if you also block that out in that kind of period of time, 2 year to 2 year, then you should hopefully have enough under your belt to create a really strong portfolio. Now, if you're thinking, well, I can't commit 4 years, well, then game over. You've already said no. So if you can't commit even, 4 years, it might take you more, not even realizing it. But you have to be able to actually have that. But if you're rushing, it's like, but I got to get work next year. Well, then this is not going to be for you because you can't get that job next year. It's not going to work. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying it's stacked against you. because you have so much more competition and you're only just beginning. So the reason why you have that mindset is because you see everyone else around you escalating so fast. So you might think that I got to move faster. I can't have 4 years. I got to do this in 2 years. I want to have this expectation by 2-year period. Well, again, there's no guarantee. You can go for it. I'm not saying that you can't have that goal, but hopefully, if you do, great, to your success. Maybe you really, really pushed hard as you could. Maybe the way you're wired, you're able to absorb that information and do it better than anybody else. I hope so. I really do. But if it doesn't, now what? Can you still stay dedicated that maybe it does take 4 years? What if it took 8, right? And the things I'm talking about, again, I was at Art Center for 4 years. I didn't get my job until 6 months after that. I did a 2-year program of college after high school. So I was in school for, 6, 7 years. It took that long, right? After high school. I started working at 25 years old. So, I mean, it seems like relatively young, but right now students are leaving at like 22, 21. Some of them are starting so young, 17, 18. They go through 3 or 4 years of Art Center. They come out like 22, 23 years old, kind of the same age as I was. But back then, for me coming out at 24 was kind of unheard of. We were like the first generation coming out so young. The average age was 24, when I came to Art Center, the average age starting. But, we were coming out much younger. But now it's even dropping a little bit, or it's just normal. So things feel like they're accelerating, and they are, of course, we can't deny that. But hopefully this kind of gives you a little bit of information based on advice, okay? We're gonna move on to our next subject. How will this apply to someone who is more interested in the freelance exposure and commission-based side things rather than the professional job, studio-based, the industry-based, whatever the case is, industry stuff? Well, when it comes to the freelance things, that is also a huge part of networking. You got to put yourself out there, and you really have to capitalize on all the different platforms you can use to reach people, network. So then this is where you're really going to want to use things like social media. This is where you're going to really want to have a portfolio. This is where you're going to really want to have a website, and you're going to want to visit shows. You're going to want to visit galleries. You're going to visit, different events, and so that way you have every opportunity to just network as much as you can. The larger your web of reach is, the potential chance where something will spark, or you'll have a little tinge like the spider web effect. You'll be able to kind of go after it, But if you have a really small web, the chance of work that's all around you of catching is very minimal. And your work could be great, it could be whatever, but even if it is awesome, if you don't have a wide reach, people don't see it. If people don't see it, then there's no opportunity. So when it comes to freelancing work, it's all about being able to network and widen the exposure. So this is where, again, social media, the personal branding becomes very important. Have people coming out of school, like at Art Center, started going into freelance? Absolutely. One of the cases, and there were many that were very successful. It's a little bit, not difficult now, but it's different. Back then, students that were coming out of Art Center were not only going into freelancing, but they were starting companies, is what they were doing. So guys like my friend James Pegg. James, who has a company called Scribblepad Studios and runs Brainstorm School, he and I graduated together, same time. We were both in the graduating class. And he left Art Center and he worked at a small little advertising agency for like a year or less. And then he started his own business doing concept art. That's it. He never went to a studio again. I went to a studio after 6 months, and I went into a studio and stayed there for 7 years, different game studios, right? So freelancing can very much be a great option. But the difference, what I'm saying is that you actually have pros and cons. Right now, because of social media, this is the best time of being able to just reach people all over. The downside is that there's tons of people that are trying to do that too. So the level of competition and the noise has gone up. So it was difficult and great then, because the great thing back then was that there weren't as many people looking for this kind of stuff. The downside was we didn't really have an online, social media network to really connect to a lot of people. We just had a couple of small things. So it really relied upon knowing people on the inside and person-to-person connection, right? So here's that thing about social media then. Hopefully that clarifies a couple of things for you, Dominic. The things you also do want to think about as a freelancer is that you do have to run the business. So knowing things like how to do things like taxes, your wages, how much are you worth? What's your value? If I said, okay, I'm going to hire you for a contract job, what's your rate? You got to know how to reply to that. And it depends on what you're working on, who you're working for, what the job is for, how much time you have. You have to negotiate all these things. And you can't just come up with a random number. It actually is broken down. So, but you might think, well, I don't know where to start. Well, I mean, we can just give you average numbers of things. I think coming out of school, if you're going for directly, specifically entertainment design, concept art, doing some characters and concepts for a game studio. Again, this is just an example. If you're coming out of school as a junior artist, more than likely, these kind of studios will pay you in between $25 to $35 an hour at starting junior. This is based on also studios that I know here in Pasadena and LA that hire students. That's what they pay them, literally. It's not very good. My recommendation is always shoot high. Anytime you have a freelance gig and you're starting off, even if you're young or old, experienced, you always ask more, always. If anything, double it. So if you think, oh, I'm worth 25 bucks, double it, always. If they said, okay, we're gonna hire you for a position or a job, what's your rate? If you're not, the first thing that should be coming out of your mouth is what's your budget? How much money do you actually have and how much time do I have? If you're saying, oh, okay, we have a relatively good, good budget, don't worry about that. Well, how much time do I have? Well, you got about a week. Okay, if I have a week, I want to work for you. How many hours do you want me to work for you guys in that week? Well, what's your rate then? What if I told you my rate is $45 an hour? Okay, it was $45 an hour, and we have a budget of, let's say, $1,500, and that means we have this much time, this many hours that we can get from you. Now, the question for you then is, can you complete that job in that X amount of hours? And you might think, no, that's too short. I need more time. Then they're going to say, well, we don't have the budget for you then. Well, can you, adjust? Okay, I'll bring it down to 30. Can you do that? Well, can you do 25? Well, then this is where you're going to negotiate. So when you're a freelancer, it's a lot of back and forth, almost like haggling. And if you don't like that, then you're going to have to go for a full-time job, because then you don't have to deal with that stuff, right? Well, you do a little bit in the beginning, but after your salary, then you're set. But in freelancing, every single job, you have to go to that period in the beginning. You got to find out what they have in terms of what they can supply, how much time they have you have available, and how you then adjust your rate. But should you start with something of a number as a beginner student, I would actually recommend, if you take 25 as being one of the standards I'm seeing right now, double it to 45. Start at 45 and then come down. It's better to ask for high and come down than trying to start low and go up. It won't work. So once you ask low, that's it. You're set right there. Now, if the company comes back to you, they expect your hours to be always $25 an hour. What if you go less? It's like, I start at 25 and they're like thinking they can bring it down lower. Why would the company want to pay you more, right? So as students are afraid to ask. So they want to always go lower because they want to get hired. Oh, if I'm cheaper, at least I'll start working. That's not the mentality you want, okay? Oh, absolutely. It's a lot of negotiation. It's a lot of this back and forth, but you have to have confidence in yourself and what you can do. And you might think, oh, shoot, maybe they don't have a lot of money. Oh, no, I'm like $12 an hour. And they're going to be like, great. Will they tell you, oh, no, that's too low. We're going to pay you 20. Will they really do that? Of course not. Does that happen, though? It can if you're friends. That's happened to me. I went to a friend, a friend came to me, and she was working at Imagineering Disney. They do like theme park rides and stuff. And she asked me, can we commission you? We got some work for a game, not a game, but a ride for, well, keep it secret, but even though I'm recording it, but it was for, I won't say it at all, but it is for a NDA contract, but it's for a project for Disney, and it was for a ride and theme park at the Florida one. And they said, we just need storyboards from you, beat boards. We have 13 boards. How much time will that take you? Oh, I'm probably going to need about a week. How many hours? I'll probably work 2-3 hours a day. That's many hours total. And then, so my rate is going to be about, I don't know, $75 an hour. She then came to me saying, just to the side, like, no, you probably asked for 100. I just put in 100. But that's because she was a friend. And, I was also being respectful as a friend, sticking to my rate and going a bit lower. But I could have easily asked for way more, right? And they would have been okay with that. But she was the one that nudged it. It's like, oh, no, go for more, because we have the money. And they'll do this. But if you don't know them, would they do that? Most likely not. But every industry is different based on budget. Advertising, huge amounts of money. And so you can't compare that to, let's say, like a game studio. Like, for instance, I worked on a commercial, a Coca-Cola commercial for the Super Bowl back in 2010. And they asked me to do a bunch of concepts, designs for the dragons and the creatures for the commercial they had. And I worked on it for a week. They asked me my rate. I said, oh, my rate is $80 an hour. They said, great, let's get to work. And I was like, damn it, I probably could have asked for way more. That project had about $3 million for that commercial. It's like I probably could ask for hundreds of dollars per hour, you know, and that's just the way it works. You live and learn as you go. And so as you continue doing freelancing, you start to understand where you fit and also then how you talk to people, how you negotiate. You don't have to be bullheaded and you don't have to be stubborn either. You can compromise, but you do want to start with a sense of confidence and knowing your worth. So when even people ask you for like commissions, oh, can you do us a sketch and an illustration for something? Go high. And they're gonna be like, what? Oh, that's too expensive. I don't have that budget. When they'll say, well, what can you pay? And then say, oh, we only have this amount of money. And you either take it or you don't. I'm sorry, that's not enough. That's it, over. Next job. So don't regret because you didn't get that, you know, one little commission, right? Another one come up and down the line, pipeline. So look ahead. Don't always regret on things. Anyways, this then leads into the idea of social media and how you might want to, you know, negotiate and use social media. Now, this requires a little bit of setup. I'm actually going to be describing to you and explaining a very long amount of years from the year of 2008 to now, every single year. Now, I'll try to keep this brisk, so just kind of, you know, stick with me here for a second. What I'm going to show you at the moment are a series of books and experience of how I began on, you know, starting shows and events. How this relates to social media and Instagram will all come together at the end. All right. Let's start. Before we begin there, I want to have this date and year as a placement of context. Just remember this time right here, October 6th, 2010. This is the year, this is the time when Instagram launched. All right, just keep that in mind, 2010. Now we're gonna go back a little bit to 2008. Now in 2008, I was working for a company in San Diego called Bottle Rocket Studios. And at Bottle Rocket, I was a concept artist there, one of 3. And I was working on a game called Splatterhouse. It was a remake of an old TurboGrafx 16 game. Really cool side scroller back in time. It's like a character that looks like Jason. And then we were making a 3D version of it. So we were also hired by Namco as a parent company, and then they hired Bottle Rocket to actually develop it. So I was hired on. This is at the beginning. This is the job that I got after the portfolio. So when I left Technicolor, I spent 5 months making the portfolio. I set my work out, and I started doing interviews and stuff like this, and I got hired at Bottle Rocket. Okay, so I went to Bottle Rocket Studios. This is in February of 2009. I started there. Worked there for about 10 months when they closed down, unfortunately. This is what you'll notice in the game industry. It goes like a merry-go-round. So don't expect yourself to stay at a game studio for more than 10 years. It doesn't really work that way anymore. Still, anyways, so I started at Bottle Rocket in 2009. I'm sorry, not 2008. I jumped a year, 2008, because I finished the portfolio in 2007. So 2008, February, I began working at Bottle Rocket Studios. Now, at that time, I moved to San Diego. Instagram didn't exist. We had MySpace, we had Friendster, we had DeviantArt, we had all these different things, but nothing like this. I didn't do any shows, conventions. I didn't teach. I just worked full time. I went to work 9 to 5, went home, worked out at the gym, you know, sketched a little bit, you know, watched movies, played games, and went to bed and did it over. That was my day to day. Up until 2008, that was my day to day every single year. Once 2008 came around and I moved to San Diego, I worked for a couple number of months and we got to July. Now I was working with my co-worker, Dave Wilkins. Dave Wilkins is a really cool artist. We became good friends, and he was my office mate. And he was kind of like the lead concept guy at Bottle Rocket Studios. And he actually worked on a lot of comics. He did stuff from Marvel, DC, comic covers and stuff like that. And Comic-Con in San Diego was coming up in July. And so he comes to me in the office saying, hey, you know, are you gonna go to Comic-Con this year? I said, yeah, I want to. I went last year in 2007, and I was walking around. I was an attendee. Well, do you want a table? That's what he asked me. I was like, really? Artist Alley? Yeah, sure, I'll take it. So he actually was given a series of tables by a publisher he was working for, and that publisher had a couple of artists that bailed. So they had a couple of open tables, and so they gave them to Dave, and Dave got one, and I got one. So we went together to Comic-Con and in 2008, and we presented work. Now that was my very first show. I had never produced books. I've never done a Comic-Con or show. And so I decided, you know what, I'll give it a try. So I went there thinking, now shoot, I gotta make something. And again, this is the beginning or the kind of like the early months of 2008. So I had a couple of months until Comic-Con was happening. So I knew that, okay, people sell comic or not comics, but sketchbooks. So I'm gonna make one of those. And this is the book that I made in 2008. This sketchbook I put together the week before Comic-Con. This is how, unaware I was in terms of, how much work it takes to make books and stuff like that. I just grabbed random sketches that are on my portfolio and like stuff that I've done, and I just crammed them in there. I went to a Kinko's, which is a local printer, a crappy one here in the States, and I printed them and I photocopied the rest. I made about 60 of these books. I handmade them. I stapled them myself and I trimmed all the edges the week before Comic-Con. So I go to Comic-Con, and these are some of the pages inside. And I'm presenting the book, and I'm at Artist Alley table. Now, Artist Alley at the time, and even now, this is the only Comic-Con and convention where the Artist Alley tables are actually free. So you have to apply for them, and they pick you. If they pick you, you get a free table. Now, they're really hard to get because it's free, and everyone applies. But if you're chosen, you get a free table. And it's still this way, which is the only show that I know of is still like this. Every other show, Artist Alley table, they cost $100. So this is why I kept coming back. There was no overhead cost now. The only payment that I had to make was the books, because I lived in San Diego. I didn't need a hotel. There was no parking. I just went there and went home. So it was great. So I went there at 2008 Comic-Con, presented this book. Now I kind of visualize. I'm sitting at the table, and in front of me at the center was a pile of paper where I was just drawing stuff. To the left of me were these sketchbooks stacked up. To the right of me were original drawings that I had in portfolio. That was my table. As people walked up, this is a 5-day show, Wednesday to Sunday, 7 hours, something like that. So it's like 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. So I go there, and people walking up, and they pick up the actual book, this one, and they look through it, and they go, oh, it's kind of cool. And they put it down, and they go to my right, and they pick up those original drawings. And they go, oh, this is kind of nice. Can I buy this one? I was saying, no, this is for display. You can look at it. It's not for sale. Every single day, this was happening. Somebody pick up this book, it's like, oh, this is kind of cool. They will put it down, look over the actual originals, like, these are really nice originals, can I buy this? And no, it's not for sale. And I kept saying this over and over and over again. At the end of the show, I maybe sold about 5 of these books. They were $10 a pop, and I think I might be lost money, if anything else. So I was like, oh, shoot. And that kind of sucked. Nobody bought the books, and, it was kind of hard. I was by myself, and Dave was there, but, he was doing his own thing. And so, I was trying to figure things out. I still enjoyed it. I learned a lot, and I learned something very crucial in this year. The drawings that these people were looking at was then put into the next book. So I reapplied for Comic-Con 2009. So in 2009, I was working for Sony in San Diego at the time. Bottle Rocket shut down. I went to Sony in San Diego. And so next year, 2009, Comic-Con comes over. I apply. I get accepted. This time I'm actually applying for it. And they bring me in. And so I decided, you know what? I'm going to take those sketches that those people liked. I'm going to put them in a sketchbook. And this was a book that I made. It was a series of drawings of these cats, this cat and a rat. And this is the cover of it. And I called them Sprocket and Gear. That was the name I gave them. At the time, the year before, it was just random drawings. I was just drawing cats and a mouse character. I had no name. There was no story. It was just visuals, just for fun. But I had to now obviously give them a name. So I thought about it, and I thought about maybe a little bit of story too, but I didn't really go deeper into it. But anyways, the inspiration was there. So I put that book together, and this time I actually went to a local printer in San Diego, had them print it, and I made only about, like, I don't know, 40, 50 books. I was trying to, I don't want to make more than that, because what if I don't sell them, right? So I took these books to Comic-Con, and the great thing about shows like this, and keep this in mind as well, in any sort of convention, people come back. And if people come back, they might remember things. Now, people came up to my table, and again, a few of them looked at the work, and they recognized these drawings. They don't remember me, but they remember the drawings. Like, oh, I remember these from last year. These are really cool drawings, and they had the book. So they bought it, and I sold them. I had like maybe 10 left over, so I sold the majority of them. So I was actually really happy, like, oh, great, this one actually now sold. The experience was a lot better. I knew what I was doing. And so that year was a nice experience, and I applied again. 2008, 2009, 2010. So in 2010, I bring back the characters again. So I make a different kind of book, soft cover, a little bit different format. And this time, I started actually coloring the characters, doing some digital stuff, bringing actual now story implements to it. The inspiration of the story was about Sprocket and Gear. Sprocket is the cat, Gear is the rat, and their partners are living in the street, and they're adopted by an inventor. And they learn how to invent things through their adopted parent, and then they start creating their own inventions to go out and steal food out in the marketplace. So it's all the inventions are inspired by Da Vinci. So the stuff that they create are like these crazy contraptions and stuff like that. And so that was a concept. So that year I bring this book, and it does well. Okay, it seems like people seem to like it. So this is 2010. Now in 2010, I'm sorry, not 2010, I'm sorry, 2008, 9, 10. Yeah, so in 2010, I started now after Comic-Con using Instagram. So Instagram begins October, right after Comic-Con, and I started using it. I used it for maybe a month and I stopped. I didn't get it. Why am I hashtagging stuff? Why am I taking pictures every single day? I didn't do this kind of thing, right? That wasn't normal for us back then. Instagram at the time was mostly photographers. Whereas artists, like, we don't normally take pictures of our things all the time. So I used it for a month. I didn't really get it. I kind of connected with a couple, maybe like 100 people as followers. Like, all right, whatever. So then I stopped. I didn't see the actual potential there. My main thing was Facebook at the time. Facebook had rolled around, and I started using Facebook pages as a way to show my work. In 2010, I also now start to teach. My mentor passes away. He's tragically killed in March, and I start teaching Art Center and CDA in 2010. So educationally, teaching has now begun. Quick side question from Yuan. When you designed the cat and the rat character, did you just have to decide for yourself what is the best variation that you came up with? Yeah, of course. They're my designs. I didn't show it to anybody else. It's all me. So as teaching began, Instagram started, I stopped. 2010, I showed that book to Comic-Con, move forward. 2011, I come back to Comic-Con, I make another book, Sparkling Gear. 3rd year using this character. 1 year in, teaching. Still now I'm working for a company called Tryon in San Diego, full-time there. So I'm just moving from studio to studio. This time I now wrote a book. I actually wrote a story. So I made a little mini comic introducing the characters. It was like a small 20-page comic, right, with all the sketches in the back. Brought it this year. It did really well. Not only were people interested, but now like people that worked in the industry, studio people that I started talking with a producer. She worked at a comic shop, but also pitched ideas to stuff for the side. Guys like Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network saying, I want to use your book. Can I shop it around? And so we talked for about a year, and unfortunately nothing happened, but it was exciting. It was really cool to see that happen. I still talk to that guy. His name was Matt. He works at DreamWorks TV right now, and he still contacts me like once a year saying, dude, I remember Sparkling Gear still. I want to do something with this. He tells me this, once in a while. And that was years ago, right? So this book did really well for me. Like, oh man, that was a lot of fun. The following year, 2012, I bring back Sparkling Gear again. 4 years straight of Sparkling Gear. Keep this in mind of timeline right now, okay? 2008, all of it 2000 actual 9, 10, 11, 12, 2012. So I've been teaching now 2 years. I'm still working at Tryon full time, and now I did this Sparkling Gear book. This book was basically a sequel. It just had more, story added to it, introducing further. But at this point, when I went into the following year of Comic-Con, I felt like, you know what? I've exhausted this. There's nothing else I really want to go for here. This is 2013. So I felt like I didn't want to pigeonhole myself. I felt like I was now kind of over pushing these characters. So I brought back another book for 2013, which I called Sketch Adventure. Now, when I put this book out there at Comic-Con, it wasn't as received to the same interest. It's not to say people didn't like it, but it just didn't have that same energy, and I felt it instantly when I put it out there. It just, the books weren't really selling. I sold a couple here and there. I sold some originals. It was still fun, but you know what? Just didn't have the same kind of experience with it. So I dropped it. This year, like, okay, you know what? I tried something. It didn't really work. I dropped it. Now in 2013, I'm still, again, teaching 3 years in now. I haven't still been using Instagram. The only social media platform I've been using is Facebook. 2014 comes up. So in 2014, I decided, you know what? I've been teaching now 3 years. I tried, the Sparkling Gear was fun. I have 4 years of that. This other project didn't work out. You know what? I want to try something educational now. I've been teaching enough where I think I want to actually produce a book that has, a unique thing. And what I started doing was taking photographs of my chalk drawings in classes. And I said, you know what? I want to make a book based on my chalk drawings. I don't think I've ever seen that before. So I made this book. But of course, at the time, I was still working in Tryon. And I said, I don't have the means or the money to produce like, hundreds of these books. It's going to be too expensive as a hardcover. And I went to my local printer. And it was going to be like, $4,000 or $5,000, something like that. Or like $3,000. So I said, you know what? I'm going to make this book, but this time I need some help. So I'm going to go to Kickstarter. And the Kickstarter had rolled in, and I had seen some successful campaign. Some friends had been using it. And so I said, you know what? I'm going to give it a try. Why not? So I put my part of my dust book in there for Kickstarter. And this is what I said. I have plans to make 200 exclusive copies of Part of My Dust for Comic-Con this year, 2013. My goal was $3,100. I hit 3,500. Now I got a successful campaign. This is the mistake I made for this project too. I already made a mistake right here. For some weird reason, this is because I just wasn't aware. I just had this assumption that I had to limit the number of books I could make. Because if I make 500 books, 1,000 books, man, I don't have that kind of money. That's too expensive. So I was also a little bit unsure how well this would do on Kickstarter. So I limited it to 200, just 200 copies. So every reward was now capped. Back then, once it was live, you couldn't add more. That was it. It was locked in place. So once I went live with this Kickstarter, in the first hour, I hit my goal, $3,000 in the first hour. After that, it sat there for 30 days doing nothing. I couldn't make more books. I couldn't add more to it. So people kept asking, like, can I pledge? I want to get a book. Like, sorry, I capped it. I couldn't do anything else about it. So it was fine. I still felt satisfied in the fact that I hit my goal, but something else happened. In the messages for Kickstarter, this guy hit me up, and he said, I saw your campaign. I'm based in San Diego, and I was looking through a bunch of stuff because we're looking for subjects. And he said, a bunch of me and my friends, we have side jobs, and we're trying to produce films. We want to make a film production company. And can we use you as a subject to document you? I said, sure, why not? So at this time, I was teaching, again, three and a half years. I was still at Tryon. And then I started using Instagram again. Because as I made this book, I started sharing my chalk drawings. So Instagram began in 2013, 3 years after it launches. So at that point, I only had a couple hundred followers, maybe 1,000 at the most. Just the beginnings, okay? And so these guys hit me up, and they followed me for 3 days. And they said, they're gonna film me. I said, all right, sounds cool. And so they filmed me, and they made this video. And we put it up on Vimeo. This is not the version, actually. There's another version up here. This is the official one, Snow Globe Studios. And so as they made the video, I'm not gonna play it. If you wanna watch it later, you can. It gets staff picked by Vimeo. So as it gets staff picked, it gets shown onto the front page for whatever number of days. And so at the time, back in 2013, this is 7 years ago, when you start to have things like viral stuff, it existed, but it wasn't really a part of our culture as much. Right now, a viral thing is very common, right? You want those things. So once it went live and was put up in staff pick, I mean, we were garnering, 100,000 views, 200,000 views, and it started getting shared all over the place. And so my Instagram was live, my Kickstarter was live, now this Vimeo video was live, all at one time. So as it got shared and this one blew up, I mean, it's not like it was huge, but for the time being, for me, it was a big thing. It's like, oh my God, 100,000 people looking at this stuff. And it went through and started feeding into each other. Then other, different websites, different, art galleries, different places started to share it. If you type in like Part of My Dust, places like Colossal, this Juxtapose, teaching at all these different places started sharing this video over and over and over again. And so they started writing about it. And then all of a sudden it was just reaching into all these different platforms, and my Instagram started rolling, garnering more attention, gaining more followers. And so the Kickstarter finishes, I make the book. This is the book. Here's some of the inside pages. The pages actually had like process in it and stuff like that. And it was whatever, it was the best I could do based on where I went. And so it did really well for Comic-Con that year, 2013. Oh, sorry, this is 2014. So 2013 is when I started it. So when I finished it, I went to Comic-Con and finished that book. I decided, you know what, I want to do another book, but now I want to actually make my own sketchbook. And for some reason, in 2014, something kind of sparked. I don't know what it was. But man, I drew every single day, morning till night. I was producing like 3, 4 drawings a day, every single day for that year, 2014 to 15. Again, I don't know what it was. It might have been the energy that I felt from just the quality of people I noticed around me, based on social media, and also based on things like the Comic-Cons and stuff like that, the people that are visiting. Like, man, I got to get my work better. So I started pushing like crazy. I couldn't stop. I was obsessed. I couldn't stop thinking of it. Waking up, sleeping, drawing. And as I did so, I started collecting all the work. And by the end of that 2014 year, as the 2015 Comic-Con was coming up, I then made my official sketchbook. This is the book that I made. So I went back to Kickstarter and I made the other book. This is my own personal sketchbook. And so this one, I decided to, have a certain higher goal, and I asked for 10 grand, and I was able to hit 12. Now it took a full 30 days to do it, but I actually got that number. Now I was really satisfied by this one because one, people are now supporting my content, not educational stuff, but this is just drawings that I was doing. At this point, my number of followers are starting to gain from 1,000 to 5. I hit 10, from 10 to 15 to 20. So it was growing every single day. I was garnering hundreds of followers a day. And this is also one because it started from the Part of My Dust. Then it was because I started posting every single day consistently in this 2014-15 year. I wasn't stopping. So because they saw this constant feed of images, people started noticing it. It started getting shared a little bit. So it started rolling really fast, exponentially, if anything else. This is also the year where the Blacksmith is born, right? The Blacksmith is a character that I created in 2014. And it was spontaneous. This is the first drawing I did of the character. I put it on Instagram. He was born literally on social media. And I was using this as a practice on drawing armor sets and using the brush pen. It was the only reason why this character existed. This is literally the actual write-up that I put on Instagram. The steel collector rummaging old battlefields, a blacksmith seeks ancient powerful weapons of myth. That's what I literally wrote on Instagram. Then I continued the post about the character. And people started making comments. It's like, oh, this is a cool idea. This is like a comic. I should do more. And I posted this consistently, this character over for months and months, building this world. And my main purpose was to, practice on things like, camera angles and posing and storytelling and the brush pen, all this kind of stuff, developing an idea. And again, people were interested. Oh man, you got to make a book, make a comic. And of course, that was interesting. But I decided to, of course, make this book instead. This is in 2015 year Comic-Con, okay, 2015. So once this book finishes, and this is at the end of 2015, I started rolling into the next stuff that I was creating. Now I've been teaching now for about 5 years. So my thoughts goes into, well, do people know what the hell I'm talking about? The class I'm teaching you guys right now, dynamic sketching, is it even making sense? Do I even know what I'm doing? So I decided to actually put together lecture notes just to process it. What does it even look like on the page if I do it, right? I can show them on a chalkboard, but what if I actually did it on a book? So I sat down and did that for 6 months at the end of 2014 to the beginning of 16. So this is a combination of many of the books you're seeing. The Dynamic Bible now emerges. The thing about the Dynamic Bible, what I was doing actually was that as I posted it for 6 months straight, I started continuing getting comments. Oh man, make a book. I love the concept, but I can't see what's going on. Can you print it? And what I said was, no, this is not for you. This is for me. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I want to get a better sense of what my control of, the educational aspect is. And for 6 months straight, people kept asking me, make a book, make a book. And I said, no, no, no. I was still, and I started asking people like, should I make a book? Should I make a book? But deep down, I already knew from the very beginning I was going to make a book. But as I kept saying no, more people wanted it. Now, as I put it on Kickstarter, I announced it. Oh, by the way, the book is now on Kickstarter. And I was like, oh, okay, great. And so my goal was 12, and I hit $55,000. Okay. Now, this money is not profit. This money is going into the support of actually building this product. So I hit a really good goal, and it, obviously, again, spread out. I started building even more followers. People were really liking the actual process of dynamic sketching. At the time, I was really the only one teaching it. It existed at Art Center, CDA, CGMA, and that's it. The number of other classes that came up because most of the instructors are, my students. Some of them were students of Norm, and other schools started picking it up because it became popular. But at the time, back in like 2014, 15, dynamic sketching didn't exist outside of those schools. So anyways, people started noticing like, oh, this is really cool content, and they started buying it. Even now, I'm still getting requests for the book, and I don't have any. Oh gosh, a book. A book itself, if you're already well versed in it, 1 year solid. If you already know how to make a good book, you need a year of it. If you're just starting, 1.5 to 2 years. All right. So as I made that book, 2016, it launches. Go to Comic-Con 2016, does really well. I now started building more networks, higher ups. Super Ronnie, right? Kim Jong-gi comes into place. They start to notice me. We start talking and become friends. And so that becomes something later on. 2017 comes over. I bring the book back, Dynamic Bible. It was doing so well. I brought it back the year afterwards, sold it out again. But then I thought, okay, I can only push this book so long, and I got to do something else. The comments I started getting on Instagram, by that point, I was getting like 50,000 followers. So again, within a 2 or 3 year period, I went from 1,000 to like 50,000, a couple years. So a lot of it was because, again, of all these, I'm going to come back to how all this relates. Again, the video, the Kickstarter, the products, the books, the consistency, right? So as I started posting more and more, the Dynamite Bible was done. People kept asking, it's like, where's the blacksmith? You know, you were doing this really cool stuff years ago, 2014. This is why I was following you. I get that kind of comment. This is why I was following you. I wanted to see this. So I said, oh man, I should go back and go back to the blacksmith. I wanted to. My plan was to go back to that. So in 2017, I decided to think about how I want to use the blacksmith. So I started drawing more stuff again. And the only thing I could think of was to make a comic. And I was really against it at first, because for me, I had no interest in doing comics. I know how hard it is. And the thing about the project is that once I decided in 2007 to do it, the blacksmith, and some of you guys maybe know about it and all that kind of stuff, you follow me, is that this project scared the shit out of me. I didn't know how to begin. I was scared by this thing because I knew I was going to fail at this horribly. So in 2017, I started talking to a lot of friends saying, I don't know what to do with this. Like people, you know, I want to make a book. I'm interested in making a comic, but the thing that scared me the most was actually, I don't know how to write this. I have the world, but you know, I gotta create dialogue and like story structure, and I gotta plan out this entire stuff. It's intimidating. I don't know where to start. My initial plan was to hire somebody. I wanted to hire a writer to help me write this thing. And every single one of my friends, internationally, globally, everyone I talked to, because I was doing workshops here and there now, internationally too. And I talked to one of my friends over in Australia, Tig McBurney, amazing illustrator, and he told me, don't hire somebody, do it yourself. And he told me everything I already knew was obvious, but I had to hear it. And he said that you can hire somebody, but I guarantee you that person will not have the same level of passion and interest of this world that you have. You've been building this for years. You know it, but just go in there and do it. And you probably will make a crappy product. You know, the story might not be that great, but you'll learn. And it's like, yeah, that's just, I just needed to hear this. That's true. It's not going to be that great the first time around. And so I began. Okay, I'm going to make a comic, graphic novel. So I started right up. I went to a couple of the shows, one in Poland, a show called Promised Land, and they handed out these small little sketchbooks. And I grabbed that little mini sketchbook and I started thinking about the book. And I started jotting down the thumbnails of all my pages for the comic. How I actually officially began this, by the way, is that right behind me at the very moment, there's a chalkboard on my wall. And on that wall of the chalkboard, there's a big piece of butcher paper. And the butcher paper has a line on it. And what I did was I sat down and I said, I just have to like think about who is this and what's his timeline. So I put a line on it, horizontal line, and I said birth and the end of the story and everything in between of his timeline. Then I took sticky notes and I wrote down a weapon that he has to go find, and that's an adventure. And I put those sticky notes on that timeline when it happened. Those sticky notes were then individual books. I grabbed one of them, and that's this book here. Okay, he's going on this adventure. This is the actual story he's going for. This is the beginning of his, not the beginning of his adventure, but how the people and the viewers will be introduced to it. So I'll give backstory, but also is the current moment of that timeline. He's going for this particular weapon. I had it all the way to the end. And so as I got that, then I started thumbnailing. 2 rounds of thumbnails. This is in 2017. I was doing this. So in 2017, I finished it up. I go back to Comic-Con. I really didn't show anything else new. I again brought back the Dynamite Bible, but I was producing this. I was, you know, thumbnailing, 2 rounds of thumbnails. And as I got closer to it, I started showing friends. Oh, what do you think of this? What do you think of that? I was still very concerned. So once I eventually got to a point where the thumbnail was done, I just had to like bite down and just do it. So I went to the pages, started drawing them. I finished the book in 2020, so last year, 2019. I officially started the book in 2018 in terms of the actual, you know, book making process. Thumbnails were being done around end of 2017. So 18, you know, I come to Comic-Con and I'm displaying the blacksmith. I brought prints, I brought, you know, different kinds of like promotional material for the blacksmith, just letting people know that it's coming. 2019, last year, I finished the comic and I pay out of my pocket to print 100 books, soft cover out of my printer. And I wanted that as early access at Comic-Con. You come to Comic-Con, you have early access to this comic. So I printed them and I had them there. Now for me personally, for the book, I got what I expected, which is I knew I wasn't going to be fully satisfied. And I wasn't. I thought the quality was, I mean, it was fine. I like the drawings, but the story still, that it's pretty much was what I expected to be. It could have been better, but I wasn't feeling bad about it. I wasn't feeling like, man, I want to put it out now. I want to start over. It wasn't that. I knew I had to also put it out there. Even though I might feel this way, it's only me seeing this. So as I put it out, people still liked it. Oh, it's a cool book, and people at Comic-Con bought it. All the 100 books sold out. I felt made me feel better. Like, okay, people seem to be interested. This is an original comic next to all this Marvel stuff and DC stuff, and somehow this independent comic was selling. So last year at Comic-Con, this lady comes by and buys one of these books. And her name, she introduced herself. She said, I work for, this comic company and publisher. And I just kind of like half listening to that bunch of people talking to. And well, thank you for stopping by and buying the book. And that was it. I didn't talk to her again. Early this year, 2020, February, this is right before all the coronavirus stuff. She contacts me and she says, hey, by the way, my name was Judy. I saw you at Comic-Con last year. And it's like, oh yeah, okay, I remember talking to you. I bought one of your books. And she said, we're interested. It reminded me that I actually work for Dark Horse Comics. And we're interested. Well, I'm interested. She's an associate editor. And she said, we're interested in The Blacksmith. Can I actually find a way to help pitch this book for you at Dark Horse? I said, that sounds great. I'm not working with any publisher. All my books are self-published. Sounds awesome. If anything can happen, I'll license it with you guys. So we've been talking for months in the beginning of the year. Set everything up, went to the marketing team, and gave me feedback saying, you know what, they liked the book, but they felt like they needed more story. And that was like, oh yeah, okay, that was a response. I knew that was going to happen. It needs more story. And so we negotiated. So I said my plan was to make 3 books of The Blacksmith. And they said, well, you know what, let's take the second book and split it in half. Can you take that content in the first half and put it in this book, and take the second half, put it in the second book? And that way you have 2 bigger books. I said, sure, sounds good. So this comic is 80 pages. And so they wanted 100. So we're adding 20 pages to this. That extra content will go to the next book. So this year, starting next month, I gotta start writing the next book, producing it, making it. Because if I work out a deal with Dark Horse Comics right now, they will license it. Our plan is to 2021 announce Dark Horse publishing Blacksmith, and we'll announce it at Comic-Con July next year. Now that was supposed to be dealt with at the early part of the year, but then of course, pandemic hits, all this stuff hits, and unfortunately they kind of shut down. So I'm now waiting, so anticipating to see whether they take it or not. My ultimate goal for The Blacksmith, my mentality, the goal was to make this a TV show. When I was teaching, in San Diego, I've been living in San Diego for 7 years. I'm in LA now. From 2008 to 2016, I lived in San Diego, and I started teaching in 2010. Every single weekend for 7 years, I drove up and down from LA to San Diego. It's a 2-hour drive every weekend, up and down, up and down. I did it for 7 years consistently, never missed a class. In that time, I had a lot of time to think. So this world of Blacksmith became very, very integrated to my thoughts in 2014, to the point where I was even visualizing what this thing was as like a product. I even thought I had a complete trailer. I literally right now have an actual live action trailer in my head. I listened to this piece of music, this band that I found, or not a band, but a group that I heard called The Magic Sword. Small little obscure thing. I actually saw them live one time, and I heard one of their pieces, and it's like, man, that's my trailer music. And so I played this trailer in my head for a year, driving up and down from San Diego to LA. And so that was my intent. I really see this as a TV show, but the comic is what I can do to have a visual. So Dark Horse goes through, and they recommended me saying, hey, by the way, if we license your comic, we also have our entertainment division. We want you to pitch this to our marketing team and division on entertainment. So there's a potential, if Dark Horse can also publish this, we want to also potentially try to pitch this as a show or a movie. Like, okay, and that's pretty much now lining up to what I want to go for. Now, here's the thing about this. It all sounds really exciting. None of this is guaranteed. None of this is guaranteed to happen, right? TV show will never be made. Comic won't be successful. Won't go to Dark Horse, but that doesn't matter to me. The part of this is the fact that I enjoyed doing it. And the process is much more important than anything else. Now, this cycles back all the way to the reason why I'm talking about social media in the first place. How do I actually use it? Is now the question. You just go to my Instagram. Don't worry about the number of followers we have. It means nothing, okay? In terms of what I post here, it's actually quite important to realize going back to the very beginning. These books that I printed in 2008, I printed 60 of them, I sold 5, gave out a couple of them. The leftover, I think I have a stack of like 40, are sitting right behind me on my bookshelf. They're still there. I still have a stack of these, never threw them out. And the reason why was because it was a reminder of just how I started with these books and producing content making, my own path, trying to figure out a way to produce something. And the book was crappy. It was what it is, And as I kept going with it, I started to understand what I also learned in this very first year. Just think about what I said earlier. When people were coming up to the table, they picked up this book and they looked at it and they put it down. No interest. But they went to my right and they picked up these drawings. They said, "This is really cool stuff. Can I buy this?" And so what did I do? I made a book so they can buy it, right? Take that analogy and put it into social media of any type. In my feed of stuff that I have, whatever number of followers you have, 1,000 to 1,000,000, not everyone follows you for one reason. So I cycle through people, groups of people, because someone who follows me right now has no context to anything that I posted up years ago. This took me again from 2013 to now to build the number of followers that I have. And even then, it's, it's big, but nothing compared to a lot of other people. But I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for a way to get information, data. As I put content out there, I'm looking for feedback. Now, sometimes it's educational based. Sometimes it's lifestyle based. Sometimes it's just drawing from observation. But other times it's an idea of something. One of the ideas recently was about the shoe stuff. Oh, the blacksmiths, I want to bring them back again, but I want to try some other products. I tried this shoe thing. Don't seem to have garnered a good amount of attention, so I tried it again. I kept going with more shoes, more shoes. It was something I'm interested in, but I want to see if I can actually build a product from this too, right? So as I have a response, if there's an interest, the comments that I'm looking for is not this. What kind of tool did you use? Oh, I like your drawing. Keep going. You're doing great stuff. I appreciate that, but that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for, how are you doing this? Why are you doing it? Is there some place I can go find this more of? Can I buy it? Are you making a book? When is it coming out? Those are the comments I'm looking for. Once I get a hint of that, like blood, I latch on it. And then it's about consistency, posting it for months if I have to. Blacksmith, as soon as people said, "Oh man, this is a great idea. You should make a comic," right there. I hit it for 6 months straight in 2014, nothing but the blacksmith, right? But then I'll cycle through. As I make the product, I then go to something else. I introduce it. So I cycle now, education, lifestyle, right? Personal interests of things, traveling, products that I can also make, fan art I want to go for. But then as I cycle through, once in a while, I just drop something in there. And I just wonder, oh, well, people like this idea. Could it be a potential product? Could be something I can just carry further into. And if there is no interest, I drop it, move on. No interest, let's do something else. Oh, there's a comment right there, that's it. Jump on that. Then it's about consistency, right? You're mining information. So this social media is a business part. It's not about, just presenting pretty, things, which I'm sure, a lot of social media people do that. And the whole idea of self-branding is kind of thrown out all over the place. But when you are legitimately using this as a way of, kind of as a, a legitimate way of living, of course, a means of living, it's a business. So branding becomes very important. The products that you make now represent you. The products that are out there should now center back into your platforms and making them know who you are and what you represent. So for me, a big part of that branding is education and storytelling, right? People know me for those two aspects of them. Then of course, the whole observational drawing and the animal stuff, whatever the case is. That's how I use social media. I'm using it to mine information. That's what I'm going for. Now, there are other ways specific about Instagram that you think about things. First, the idea is that you want to even just start by working with people, collaborate. I call this term piggybacking. Back in 2000 and the beginning, 13 or 14, I probably had about 10,000 followers, okay? 15, 14. Yeah, that's when I started drawing a lot. I reached out to a friend of mine. His name was Kikai Kotaki. Some of you guys may know his artwork. He probably had like 40,000 followers, tens of thousands of followers more than me. And we have seen each other, we knew each other, we followed each other. And I reached out to him saying, "Hey, I love your work, what you're doing right now." He was doing these crazy ink drawings of samurai. And I said, "Do you want to do an art trade one day?" He said, "Sure, why not?" So I sent him one of my pieces, he sent me one of mine, or one of his. And then he posted it, and I posted his. So now he was using my reach, and I was using his reach. Now we're sharing, our networking, right? Now I do this even right now. I still look for people to collaborate and work with because I want to. I think it's fun. One of the guys I'm working with in the moment is a guy named who goes under Starfall Sabers. I got really into lightsabers in the last couple of years, and I discovered that there was actually a really big underground community where they make these custom sabers, and they go really far out. And this guy who just makes lightsabers out of his garage, I thought were really cool. They're really high quality items and products. And he has a relatively good amount of followers. And so I followed his stuff, like, "Dude, I love your work." And I reached out to him saying, "I love your lightsabers." And I asked him the question of, well, have you ever thought about like who are the characters that use your lightsabers? He's like, oh, I don't think about that. I just, make them based on what I feel like. So you know what? I'll send you a design based on like inspiration of one of your sabers. It sounds great. So I did a drawing of something and I sent it to him, posted it, and I posted his work. So we collaborated with stuff. Just recently, last couple months, I actually wanted to purchase one of his lightsabers. Hey, you know what? Let's do another collaboration. So what are you up for? I said, would you want to actually collaborate on design? So I sent him inspiration. This is actually the design that he made for me. This is actually finished up, being sent to me probably by next week. So he just finished this up 2-3 weeks ago. And so I said, here's some designs of lightsabers. I always wanted to have something like this. And so he said, awesome, that sounds great. I'll be using this for inspiration. So he created the lightsaber based on that. So he's going to send it to me. I'm going to say, I'm also going to design a character. You want to share that stuff? And I'll share yours. He's like, sounds good. So we build off of each other like that constantly. I don't care how many followers somebody has. I'm interested in seeing their passion, their work quality, their discipline. And so I want to work with these people. He was another person, David Zhu. David, I found at a convention here in California called Monsterpalooza. And it's a big convention that has like monster effects and makeup effects and for films, whatever the case is. It's a great show. And I discovered his table where he was selling these sculptures, and they were so beautiful, incredibly intricate, little detail. He had insects and animals, and I loved them so much. So I walked up to, I was like enamored by his work, and I shook his hand and said, my name is this, and I really like your work, and hopefully we can talk more one day. And that was it. I just walked away. I followed his stuff on Instagram, and for a couple of years, didn't really mention him. And then, as I kept seeing his work, I was like, man, I really want to work with this guy. So then a couple of years go by, and I reached out to him again, and I said, do you want to do something together? I was like, what are you in for? So you know what? I'll send you a drawing. Do you want to do a sculpture of it? He's like, sounds good. What do you want to do? Like, but he was asking about, do you want to produce it? Do you want to make something to sell? I was like, no. This is just a collaboration. He says, sounds good. Is there anything bad about Instagram? Absolutely, of course there is, and we'll talk about that here just in a second. We'll be done here real soon. This was the thing he posted. I sent him this drawing because I was doing a bunch of stuff for animal conservation at the time. I was working with the Long Beach Aquarium. We did a big kind of gallery show. I did a hosting of it, and then I did some pieces. One of them was about shark finning and the whole thing about that. So I sent him this piece. I was like, dude, you should do a sculpture of that. 3 days, he did this sculpture. Incredible piece. For him, this is a sketch, okay? And we just collaborated. We just posted stuff, and it was such a beautifully done thing. And these are the kind of things that helps me elevate, my networking, just connecting, but also just, my passion of art and design and the other fields of things that I can't do, because I appreciate things like sculpture. I appreciate things like, just making things, out of their own garage or out of their own head of imagination, storytelling, whatever the case is. So it's, obviously a lot of fun. So then, is there anything bad on Instagram? I mean, you have to be careful about taking things too personal. As you start to kind of build a certain platform, there are people out there, whether they mean to or not to, make comments and stuff, and you can take it very personal, right? Now, of course, at a certain point in time, it's best not to just read anything. Of course, there are some other platforms that are worse than others, and Instagram can be just as bad. So I don't really look at DMs. I don't look at direct messages, comments that are there. I only reply to friends. Everyone else, I don't really read them, because it's not to say I'm trying to avoid them. For me, this is my platform to show in the feed. If people want to see it, they can. If they don't, that's fine. If there's a pertinent question that stands out to me, then I might reply. So again, some questions I might notice because of the feed that is produced on the phone, but I don't catch all of them. But like I said, the best thing to do is not to take it personal, because some people are there sometimes just to start something. Some people are there because their intentions are not bad, but sometimes the way they word things, or because they're not really quite sure how to communicate, they can come off a little bit strong. And again, they don't mean anything bad by it, but of course you can feel kind of off, right? So things like that can be very hard too, especially in terms of how people are interacting with you. So if you take things very personal, it can be, obviously, you build this anxiety and all that kind of stuff. The last thing also, not really last thing, but another thing is about staying too attached to it, where you become so dependent on it. I use it as a platform to share my experience and things. And it's important for me as a business. And if I wasn't using it for a business, then I probably wouldn't try to be on it all the time. And usually in a day, I only limit it to maybe like a couple hours, if that. So after that, I don't use it. Like, I haven't looked at it maybe for like an hour today. That's it. Earlier, just to like check on a couple posts and post something in the story in one of the pieces. I haven't touched it since. I'll probably look at it again for another half an hour, just to kind of go through some of the feeds, and then I'll stop. get something to eat, I got some stuff to work on. So you got to balance it for a day to day. But am I on it every day? I have to be. But you do have to make sure that you're not on it for 10 hours straight, right? So just be careful of where your life gets sucked into, where then also that then almost even dictates the quality of life and how you feel about your own work. Based on the comments, based on the feed, based on what's liked and what's not liked, you feel like now there's value and worth because of it, right? I get posts still that might get, a few likes, some that get tens of thousands of likes, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. For me, a reach is a part of it. I want to make sure people see it, but I'm also looking for feedback. So to get feedback, I need people to see it. But like I said, some don't get likes and some do. And that's just the way it is. Those are some of the things you have to kind of be careful about when it comes to Instagram. I think another part is when you're not consistent. So if you do plan to start it, I mean, you got to commit to it. It becomes like a full-time job. And so if you really want to use it to really build a brand and a platform, you got to commit. And you got to be consistent, like drawing and discipline. You can't overstep it, but it's got to be balanced well with your daily life. So Nina says, you reach out to artists and present your ideas that would need their skill sets in realizing your idea. Has there been a case where you and another artist try to come up with an idea together? Yeah, right now also. So even like with David, we're still talking, because after we did the piece together before, we see each other once a year. And he's like, man, we should do something now. Actually make an actual product together, co-branded. So we're in talks at the moment. So we're trying to figure out what to do with it. We're just trying to get the proper time. But those kinds of things are there for sure. Coming up with mutual projects and ideas. I'm doing one right now with Plastic Cell. Plastic Cell has a relatively good following, and they make these little mini sculptures. The recent was big, the Ninja Turtle stuff. They actually licensed this. This is not fan art. They're licensing it through Nickelodeon to do it. So this is a company. I'm actually working on the Donatello piece with them at the moment. I'm actually doing the cover art for it for the package. So I just finished it, sent that over to them. So they hired me for that. But also we're working together because they're actually producing my own sculpture. So the blacksmith, I'm working with the Plastic Cell to produce a blacksmith piece. And I'm not sure if they shared it from before. They might have taken it down just to kind of keep it secret. Oh, here it is. So I'm actually working with them, so they actually created prototypes already. Sorry. So I was at DesignerCon with them. I was doing a live painting of the sculpture, and it was a lot of fun. And so I'm working with one of the guys, one of the brothers who runs Plastic Cell, and we're co-working on this stuff. So we negotiated, like, what's the contract? We'll go 50-50. We'll make a certain number of them. I might hand paint another couple of them, and we'll sell them at Comic-Cons and stuff like that. So they can do something that I can't. They do these amazing little sculptures. And I created the product and I licensed it to them, saying, hey, we can make this many number of things and let's do it together. So stuff like this easily happens too. Not easily happens, but it can happen, right? And I'm actually looking for stuff like this. And this is the reason why I not really reached out to them, but we just naturally formulated a connection because one of the brothers saw me at an event where I was doing a live drawing with Super Ronnie, and we just talked more. He's like, hey, I do this kind of stuff. And he just kept coming by at Comic-Con talking to me. And so we started talking more, and I trusted, what they did. And they asked, can we work together, do some kind of collab? And we decided we're using the blacksmith. So I wanted this because I always wanted to do figures and toys. Now I can't do it myself right now, but I can definitely collaborate to create these kind of products. So now it benefits both of us. So that's how I use social media, right? That's a part of it. So think about that in terms of the other stuff is really important here too, which is consider Kickstarters, consider it, or any kind of platform that can, build a product, make something. And you might think, well, I'm not ready yet. My work is not good enough for books. Well, right then and there, you killed it, right there. Why not? Why can't you? Well, okay, well, nobody's gonna buy it. All right, so what? But it's so much money. Is it? Have you actually looked into it? So if you research, it's like, well, what if I use Kickstarter and it doesn't get successful? It's fine. So what? There's nothing that you're losing. You might think, but I'm gonna look that. Well, if that's your thought process, then that's not where you need to be, right? If it's about how you look, then that's not where you want to go with the social media stuff. I understand there's an image there. There's something you're actually, putting out to the public as to how people perceive you. But that's something you have to be careful as well. The stuff that I put up there, this is what I do literally day to day. I did travel to Yellowstone a couple weeks ago. I do like shoes. I do buy Jordans. I do draw these things all the time. I did visit my grandmother who passed away, you know, so these are all things I'm doing every single day. I'm not making this up to make it look like something. This is a day-to-day thing I just do every single moment. So I'm not trying to put up some sort of image to make people think something. And I hope whatever image that is up there, based on what I do in actuality, is perceived well and not perceived as something that feels, you know, egotistical or whatever the case is. I'm not trying to be, but people can read it that way too. But I'm not going to care about what people perceive because this is just true to me. So if you can stick with your instincts and stick to your guns and just stick to yourself and what you're trying to do and your interests, then it doesn't matter what people say, right? Do you think a specific skill level should be reached before we start social media? No, absolutely not. You might think, well, what do we do now? Well, what can you post? You draw for the classes? There you go. Do you draw for yourself? Right there. So it's like, well, how do I post it? Think about how any student posts work. Here's, if I was in your position and I was drawing for this class right now, and I was posting up work, here's what most students will do. They post up the work, and they say, oh, I was drawing bugs today. And people look at the drawings, you post like all these drawings up there, right? Even like 4 or 5 drawings in a single post. Spread it out first, okay? Don't worry about the slideshow thing. I'm doing that because I have steps and processes, but for you guys, single posts, okay? Spread it out so you have more content to show, more consistent posting through the week. From there, don't just label it by saying, oh, this is just what I was drawing today. Talk about it. What were you drawing and why were you drawing it? How were you drawing it? What kind of tools were you using? What mistakes did you make? What things were you learning? Talk about things as a consumable information that somebody can look at and absorb. And you might think, but I'm not good enough to tell people what to do. You're not telling people what to do. You're telling them what you're experiencing. And they can take that information and use it if they want to. And if you think, well, I'm not good enough, or I'm not even a teacher, that doesn't matter. You're not trying to teach people. You're not trying to tell people what to do, but you have information of experience of things that you're doing right now at a student level. Another student could be looking at it saying, this is what that guy's doing. I'm trying to learn from him too. You could also learn from someone lateral as well, right? So the idea is that you share an experience. You share, you know, the things that you're going through, not just about what it looks like, but about the things that you're going through. And those are things that can be more consumable because now I can see what you're doing, how you're doing it. Oh man, there's a reason now to follow you. Why would somebody want to follow you is a question, right? If I can give them something they can actually pick up and use, well, they're going to want to follow you for sure. And if you're consistent, this guy's posting every single day. I'm going to use this stuff now for myself. In my build, hey, I'm going to share it. Hey, look at this guy over here, right? So if you can do that, I mean, it's going to start small and you're not going to have like these massive growths at first, but who knows? Maybe some kind of break might happen. Maybe you make a book. Maybe you get invited to a show. Maybe you decide to apply for a show. You pay a couple $100. Oh man, it's a bit bigger risk, but you can't make money without spending money, right? Well, I don't have that kind of money right now. Well, how did I start? I use Kickstarters. I use, you know, out of my own pocket, out of working. It took time, years of doing it. This is the last bit of advice. And this is just general advice of things, whether it's about building a brand, social media, making products, you know, making a portfolio, putting up, you know, content, starting school, doing whatever your endeavors are, whatever you begin, you have to see it to the end, all the way to the end. You got to finish it. I don't care if you feel like it's crap. I don't care if you feel like you don't like it. I don't care if you think it's going to be really good either. The idea is you have to finish it and see it, and so that you have an opinion about it, a comparison of something. You can reflect on it. Once you stop and give up on it, that's it. There's no other thoughts. It's like, okay, it wasn't working. I mean, you can still learn from it to some degree, but you'll still have now regrets. Oh, should I have gotten to that point? Should I have taken it a bit further? You don't want that because that's going to overtake the learning. So no regrets. Take it to the end, finish it to whatever level you think you need to. Even things like education, I tell people at Art Center, you don't have to finish to graduate, but that's not really finishing. You go to a school to learn the skills that you need to be competitive and adapt to the environment of the real world. If you can get that work or that quality of skill fast enough, leave. A piece of paper that says a diploma that you got this means nothing. Your portfolio, your work, your content is what matters. If you can get that faster than you need to graduate, then do it. I tell people, okay, Art Center is expensive, 20 grand a year or 20 grand a term, 60 grand a year for just tuition. Oh my God, I can't afford that. Well, what can you afford? I'm going to try for maybe like 2 terms. I'll just take a couple of loans. Okay, get that. At least now you know. You got the discipline. Bust your ass, get what you can out of it, then leave, right? Does that advice apply to drawing or painting that we make every day and we have to see it through into the finish? Yeah, try it. Even if it crashes and burns, right? Even if it took you a year, I started painting. Oh man, I don't want to touch it right now, but I'm going to come back to it. But you have to come back to it. If you don't, it'll sit there looking at you and be like, why didn't you finish me, right? Now, of course, I understand that some things might completely just, fall apart. A drawing might, I can't finish this. It's not salvageable. Well, then you're done. At least you took it that far. But if you say, I'm starting drawing, but man, I can't, I don't want to even move forward. I don't even know how to start. You had the intention of beginning, but you didn't begin. That's a problem, right? So see it to the end, always. Stuff like this I'm producing, again, I have plans for it. I don't know how long it'll take me. I don't know if this stuff will be successful. Anything I produce, I don't know if anything will be even that great. People not even like it. But if I can stick with it, if I can find some way to enjoy it, hopefully I can see it to the end. And the process I'll learn from a lot. The blacksmith, I learned a lot, and I'm still going to move forward and do more. I can still have my own opinions and thoughts about it, but I'm not going to be like, man, I wish it was better. I regret this. None of that. I'm glad I did it now. But you can't say that until you see it to that point. Hopefully you guys will have those same kind of experiences. And when you're younger, I know some of you guys are coming like high school and stuff like that. And that's okay. You'll have those learning experiences and you'll adjust. And it's okay if, let's say, well, what if I didn't finish this? Well, you can't also kick yourself because you didn't. I'm saying strive for it. You may not actually be able to finish, right? But hopefully, as you move forward, you have less of those hesitations. You have less of those kind of regrets and thoughts. And as you grow older, more experiences and maturity of things, you'll stay even more dedicated and you don't lose the edge. When you hone your stuff right now as you're rough at the moment, whatever age you're at, whatever experience level you're in, as you begin something like this, it's rough. You're honing it. As it becomes razor sharp, you gotta maintain that edge. It can easily blunt. And I've seen it happen constantly. So hopefully, through the enthusiasm, the energy, the intensity of things, and whatever you're doing at the very moment to what you did even years ago to what you'll do from years from now, you'll have that same level of consistency. The stuff I'm doing with you guys right now, teaching wise, been over 10 years teaching. I had the same level of enthusiasm that I had from 10 years ago. So even right now, you might think, well, okay, well, how do I maintain that? From person to person, the experiences of life are different. I can understand how that can, because of the difference of the environment, it can alter your perceptions of things. For me, I was very fortunate. Not to say I was given things, but I was given a lot of opportunities and given a lot of people for support. So I don't take that for granted. I recognize every moment of it. But because also the fact that I've gone through other things that were hard, traumatic sometimes too, loss of things, that enables me to understand my mortality. I'm actually very hyper aware of my mortality. Now, the way I look at life in general is that I can't control what happens 10 years from now, let alone tomorrow. So I'm not going to try to force it. I have a goal, I have a path. I'm going to follow it and walk it, but I'm going to pay attention to the present. I'm actually on that path, following it. I don't know where it'll lead me just yet, but I have a general direction because that goal is there. How long it takes me, I have no idea. How I'm going to get there, I'll figure it out as I go. But the present moment is what's important. Yesterday, it's already done. I'll learn from it, but no regrets. So if you can pay attention to the moment, you'll appreciate every experience you'll have, hopefully. And right now, I'm here in a class with you guys. There's nothing else that matters. There's nothing else distracting me. If I drop dead in the next hour, no regrets. I did the best that I could in everything I'm trying to do. So if you have that kind of mindset, everything you start to push in on, you'll hopefully have that same level of energy into it, right? But I've been, like I said, once you actually figure that out, it's something that actually invigorates and compounds more. It doesn't deplete. There's nothing for me actually to, I mean, I can feel tired, I can feel physically tired, I can feel mentally tired, but it doesn't have a lack of enthusiasm and drive and energy for it. This is growing constantly. It escalates every single year. And it's a physical thing that I can actually feel. This is a part where actually I can interact with people and I can tell your level of hunger. I can read this in people. And just like Norm back then was able to read it in us. And I knew what he was talking about. He always said he could tell people in their hunger, based on their hunger, how much they really were hungry for it. I can tell this too. So that's also because I can recognize it within myself. I can actually feel it. It's literally something in the core that I actually physically feel and draw from anytime I want to. I can talk for 10 hours straight. I'll feel tired, but I enjoyed the hell out of it. I'll do it tomorrow if I have to. But that's the kind of mindset that's really going to invigorate you to keep moving. And yeah, there'll be things around you that you have no control over. Things that can happen that will be terrible. The stuff that's happening right now in the world. The terrible things that have happened, to the guy in Minneapolis, and stuff that's happening with the pandemic. You have no control over this stuff, but hopefully you can support it. Hopefully you can be mindful of it, and at the same time, hopefully it doesn't demoralize you. Hopefully it doesn't drive you into a direction that you don't want to, but you can use it maybe too, right? Maybe you actually want to, create more awareness. Maybe you actually want to help in some way. You can use stuff like this for that potentially. But that's how you look at it in the perception of the world. And once you do so, it alters your experience as you now move and transition from day to day as you go with it, right? So hopefully, as we finish today, the moment you wake up tomorrow, hopefully how you live through that day will be different, even if it's a little bit, right? You just start now. Oh, I've always wanted to work on this project, but I'm waiting. I'm not good enough yet. What are you waiting for, right? Oh, to be good enough? You don't know how good you'll be in yet 1 year, 2 years. And the thing is, regardless of how good you get, you'll always have thoughts of, I'm not good enough yet. You always have that thought. So you have to change that perception at the moment, right now. It's not about how good or bad you are, but can I just start to have fun with it? Is it something I'm really excited about? Can I now start to share it? Oh, people will make comments. I'm going to be embarrassed. You got to get that out of your head. And as soon as you do so, it frees you to explore the world that you want to. I know this sounds all high concept and kind of like whatever case is, but this is the way I talk about things and how I experience the world, and this is literally the way it is for me. And I'm not saying that this is the way you should be living, but I'm just saying that these are things that you could be aware of and ask questions to, and you don't have to even agree with it. You could be like, no, I don't agree with that. I like living this way, and I won't argue against you. It's like that works for you. If it works, do it. So in the end, as you're saying, you're constantly afraid of the future that you cannot control and lack of skills. You constantly use it as a reason to hold yourself back instead of thinking that I should do it anyway because I know it's going to be bad anyway too. And that's what it comes down to, that fact of you are your worst enemy. No one here is telling you can't do it. No one here is telling you your work sucks. No one here tells you anything against that. It's you, just you. And so the toughest battle, as everyone always says, in any kind of skill, sports, art forms, music, and dance, is always battling themselves, right? In life, as you grow, you are battling yourself. So hopefully you can try to find a way to alter your perception a little bit. And how do you do this? Well, you're doing it now. You're here. You can acknowledge it. You can be aware of it. And as soon as you ask those questions, you now have to make sure that you can look for the answers. And the answers are through discipline, through action, through initiative, and working with others, right? Don't just hole up in a corner like a hermit. Connect to people. The people are what's going to get you through. So whether it's family, friends, or people you can connect to online, those are the resources you need. And you can't do it by yourself, because I certainly didn't. People around me, teachers and friends and family, dozens and dozens of people are the reason why I'm here. I didn't do this because I felt like, oh, I'm going to sit and just work hard. It wasn't that only, okay? So once you also realize that, it's not wrong to ask for help. It's not wrong to seek answers. Taking classes is a part of it. And so that's the reason of why you're here at the moment. So you're already on that path. Now, could you fall off of it? Absolutely. And are you afraid of it? Sure, you still are. Is that wrong to feel afraid? No, but how you embrace it and perceive it can change. The fear of it can be something actually that drives you, not builds anxiety. You actually look for it sometimes too. For myself now, that slight fear and anxiety of starting something now is something I actually look for, because that actually now continues to drive me further. Even when I do like talks, I'll go to a talk. I'm actually a very introverted individual. I don't like being in front of people naturally. When I was younger, oh my God, doing talks and presentations in high school, I would shake. I hated it. It was the worst anxiety ever. But now I can flip it on anytime I want to, because now I'm also seeking it. I like that feeling of failure. I did this one drawing, when I was in 2010. It was this Godzilla piece that I did. And I like these kinds of moments now. I actually start to really look for them. And once you start to actually find ways to, again, like I said, alter the way your perceptions are a little bit. Like for this, I had to do this giant live drawing in front of people at a gallery. This is in 2010, 10 years ago. And a big piece of paper, this thing was what, 30 feet long by like 10 feet tall. That's how big the piece of paper was, okay? I had to do this live drawing in a couple hours. So I had no idea what I was gonna draw, no idea. I knew I wanted to draw something that pertained to the theme of the gallery show. So as soon as I went up there and I started, at first I was like, oh my God, I don't know what I'm gonna do. And I as soon as I started drawing, right there, I just started moving. None of that fear was there anymore. If anything, I started seeking it more. I actually finished this in half an hour. I had 3 hours to work on it. And it was a giant Godzilla piece. So in a lot of ways now going to the future, as I do presentations and talk, I still feel a little bit of that butterfly, a little bit of that nervousness, but then I like it now. I like that slight kind of agitation, anxiety, and kind of fear towards it. It really, not just the invigoration of it, makes you feel alive a little bit. You know, people I'm sure say that. It kind of like that whole, one of those people that really look for those high, intensity kind of thrill seeking, right? It kind of feels like this. It's all chemical, really, if anything else, right? Reward kind of based things. And this mindset applied to what you always say about how only one who will notice our drawings mistakes are. Yeah, exactly. Because we can look at some of the drawings that we have today, and honestly, we can obviously, I can realize certain mistakes, but there might be more that are there that I just didn't notice, but maybe you did. Anyways, hopefully this talk and explanation or advice and opinions on things and my perspective on stuff helps you guys realize a little bit, in terms of just some of the awareness, and hope that you guys can use it to whatever level you need to. And if you don't, that's fine. And if you do, great. And the idea is that hopefully what it really does do is it makes you seek answers, ask questions, talk to more people. And that's something that hopefully I can do for more people as we go into the future. That way that you can also be in the position to do so for the other generations of people. And that's the way it's supposed to work. It goes down the line. So what you're hearing right now, as I said in the beginning of the term, is that this is the echo of Norm. The things that he talked about, the stuff that he did for the class, are very much things that influence me also too. So he is very much there behind me still. And this is a factor of how things need to happen as we go down it. Anyways, regardless, moving forward, what I want to do real quickly for you guys is talk about the demos that I want to actually have you guys do for this, or demos in terms of mileage homework that I want you guys to do for this week. Let me grab a light real quick. Okay, and there's two things specifically. Well, one that I have to be able to show you. The second is a project that I need you guys to do. We'll just do this as a quick demo to show you exactly what I need you to have it go for. From there, yes, I know there's homework that I got to take a look at. And I would like to be able to do the feedback as much as I can. Maybe we'll go skim over some of those because we have everyone here today. But I might also request that we can potentially salvage it for next week, so that way we can take a look at this stuff and the last week's works together, because they actually go hand in hand really well. It does apply some of the work that we have from last week because we're using hatching, but obviously it's the application for it. So the demo that we do today should be able to directly connect. But we'll see how we feel, because we're hitting that 8 o'clock time period right now. We could potentially extend it for another hour. And for those of you that can hang around, we can do so. So we can do some really quick skimming feedback real fast. So anyways, let's start off with the first demo initially. This goes into hatching. Surfaces. Organic and geo. So the first thing we need to obviously explain is just how light and shadow works. I had a posting about this earlier on Instagram. I was sharing people demos. So it's kind of, if you guys saw that, it's going to be similar to this. The first thing we want to establish is just how light and shadow works. And we'll just use a circle. Now, right now, we're just perceiving this on a two-dimensional plane. It's a drawing of a circle. It's two-dimensional. Now we're using these, two-dimensional means and trying to perceive 3 dimensions, and how we perceive the world around us in 3 dimensions is based on light. Light gives us information of shadows, which gives us volume, and 3-dimensional space, because we have 2 eyes, that gives us perception of depth. So light and shadow becomes very important in terms of being able to see the world around us in 3 dimensions. So as an artistry form of illustration, whatever the case is, light becomes highly important, especially if you're a painter. Now in drawing, we can just stick to silhouettes and shapes and wireframes and lines. But still, if we take things a bit further for render, light becomes a huge aspect of it. So if we want to practice on being able to render a surface, we're talking about how we then perceive and capture light and also the value of the shadow created from it. First thing we'll do is actually place in where the light source is. And just keep things simple, we'll say it's just top up overhead. We have a circle, and I want to try to create now a spherical form, giving it a sense of volume. Now, as the light is coming down and hitting on top of the circle, it will then start to create shadows. And there are 2 types of shadows that we want to be able to indicate. One being the volumetric form shadow, Okay, so that is dictated by the actual form itself. As you notice, as the light is coming down to the edge of the silhouettes, and you can also create a draw through, depending on the angle of what you're looking at, which gives you then potentially the shape or the line of the form shadow. What I'm doing first at the moment is I'm grouping values. My lights and darks. This is a highlight. This is a form shadow. The form shadow can also be called the core shadow because the core shadow is right inside there. From the light as it comes down and the sphere is sitting on top of a platform or ground plane, whatever the case is, it is going to cast a shadow on that ground. Cast shadow. Now light rays are shining all over the place. Now again, depending on the orientation of where the light is, as you can notice, we can create this connection where it shows, where the form shadows are. If the light was closer to the object, you will notice a stronger contrast, and the shadows, especially in the cast shadow, will be much sharper. So we're playing with soft and sharp, soft edges and sharp edges. In painting, we do this a lot, lost edges and hard edges. So in the form shadow, typically is softer because as it wraps around the form, it creates a soft edge. On the cast shadow, where it's closest to the light and also where the object is closer to the ground, it's usually a sharper shadow. As it moves away from the light, moves away from the surface, it gets softer. So sharp to soft. This is where we use gradation. So to indicate these shadows with line, because if we're using like graphite or charcoal, we can blend it, it's softer. But here we're using a pen and line work, so we have to hatch. So I'm going to indicate first a form shadow here. And because the form shadow is softer, I'm going to move past that line that I created for the form shadow. That line is just to help me understand where it's placed. And as the shadow then moves and blends down, I also understand that light can bounce around, bounce. So if the ground plane where the sphere is touching was whiter, then as light hits that white surface, it bounces. If it was a really dark ground plane, it would absorb that light, less bounce. So the underside of the value of the sphere would be much darker. Now, of course, I would recommend you guys take things like, painting classes and stuff like that, which will talk more about, light, value, control. Here we're using it just as a simple grouping of knowing just the basic direction of light and knowing a basic separation of the form shadow and cast shadow. That's it. So as we have the cast shadow, the darkest dark is going to be inside the section where the sphere is touching the ground. That is where the least amount of light is. So there's the darkest area in this image. The lightest area will be the highlight hit up on top. So a lot of the stuff, the hatching, the blends, will continue to move up because this surface will not be as light as the highlight that is being hit. It's a specular highlight. This is also why we like to use tone paper, because then we can use the highlight tool to hit that one area. So as I had the cast shadow, dark, gradation to light. Now, your understanding of the light orientation is based on even things like time of day, right? If we have an object and it's noon, the sun is directly on top, then the cast shadow is directly underneath the object. This is also where we have the highest contrast. So it's going to be quite dark on this thing. Now, based on the time of day, it could be like 6 p.m., golden hour, or it could be like in the morning as the sun is rising, and your shadows can become much longer as the light comes in from that direction. And because the shadow is so long, the shadow starts to soften up at the edges. Then, of course, depending on the day itself, if it's cloudy, overcast, you have basically a lot of soft shadows because the contrast is really low. You can't really see the cast shadows much. It's there, but it's very, very low contrast. So again, the light intensity, the time of day, even the distance between the object and the light becomes very important. Now the sun is set within a certain distance, but we can control this internally within our own setups. So if you have still life, you take, like, let's say, a ball and you put it on a table with a white cloth, and you take your phone with a flashlight and you just shine it around, take pictures of it, right? Or if you have a flashlight, do that. And that way you can kind of see how it looks and how the form shadows are moving and how the cast shadow looks as well too, using boxes, using spheres, whatever the case is. Using an actual observation is a very great way to practice this look at stuff as much as you want to. Of course, you can use references of pictures, and of course, you can look at 3D models. If you know how to use SketchUp, ZBrush, Maya, create simple forms, put a light on it and see what happens, right? So once we understand that basic premise here, as light bounces up, this is bounce light. That means this is illuminated a little bit. The core shadow will be slightly darker, but I won't make it as dark as the darkest dark. So now that I have this basic premise of a light and shadow and how it works on a sphere. Now, by the way, I also can then push line weight underneath because we're using drawing a silhouette. This will help reinforce, light line weights. I can now talk about then how I apply this to just simple, organic abstracted shapes. So as I've taken that egg-like form, slightly stretched it, center lines applied, I can apply the cross contours as we've done before. I can understand a light direction coming from the top down. I can create a general form shadow. This is an estimation. I don't have a physical thing in front of me, so I'm estimating what's going on right now, right? Now, if you can look at something that's similar, then of course you can observe and try to bring over that information. If you want to plot it, you could do so, but we don't want to do that. We're just estimating and getting the best and closest iteration. Cast shadows then put on the ground. Again, just an estimation. So as I have this, I can now begin to hatch. Now, I gotta be careful here because if I just let you guys hatch, you would hatch the entire thing. You would render the crap out of the entire surface. Now we have to be mindful of certain stuff. Time. If I'm on location, if you were with me in a physical class, let's say we went to a museum or the zoo, and I say, okay, we got 15 minutes to draw. 15 minutes, we're gonna move on to another spot. I control the timing of it. So after 15 minutes, we gotta go to another spot and draw more. Now, if you're sitting there for 15 minutes and trying to capture as much information as possible in a single drawing, you've missed out on potentially doing 3 or 4 additional sketches of study. That could be the pose, a different angle, whatever the case is. So we want to make sure we're mindful of our intentions. So typically when you're on location, we study real simply. Take a lot of photographs and you can render at home if you want to, right? Now, let's say you can't render on location, but be mindful of time. Still, if I do want to indicate that kind of rendering a little bit on location, I might want to just maybe lessen how much I do. And now this is where I want to introduce you guys to the camera, which I will call the focal point camera. Now this camera is user-based. That means you get to control where this camera is focusing. So here is a circle that tells you the focus point of this object. On social media, people will even comment sometimes like, what's that circle you're drawing? What's that for? Well, this is the area of interest. This is the area where you want us to look. It's user-based, so you can place it wherever you want to. It could be back here, it could be on the top, whatever the case is. If you tighten the focal point too small, the information you're showing us is too minimal. It's not enough info. If the focal point is opened up wide, then you're rendering the entire thing. Too much work. So I want to give you enough information so you can see what's going on, but it's going to take less work on my end. So I want to maximize my effect, yet minimize my actual effort, okay? So now that I have the focal point, I have the cast shadow, here's the form shadow, here's the light source, highlight is up here, everything is in place. All my drawings I can layer in this manner: simple form, cross contour, light source, shadows, focal point. Now I can begin to skip the surface. Line weight is the last thing you do, always. Line weight is the very last thing. So now that I actually have the form, I can now begin to hatch. We're going to do the one directional hatch here. One directions. The question is, which direction do I go into? Do I go, up and down, vertical, diagonal, whatever the case is. Now, keep in mind the fact that as we have many different iterations here, you could hatch in one direction, and there's nothing wrong with this. The idea when it comes to hatching is that you got to be consistent. So if you decide to flatten the image by using a very simple vertical or diagonal kind of hatching like this, you can do so, but just make sure the entire image has that. The other alternative, the one that I like to go with, is to make sure I follow the form to maintain volume, to give it a better sense of 3 dimensions. This is where the cross contour comes in. The cross contour was there as a wireframe to indicate communicating through 3 dimensions. But I can now start to refine that, or if anything else, support it with hatching. So as I hatch, what I can now do is hatch and move and turn with the cross contour. Inside the focal point, I am hitting the form shadow first. I am using short lines instead of longer lines. The reason why I'm using short lines is because it's faster. It's easier for me to control. Outside the focal point, less information. Braided it out. Underneath the object, I'm going to continue to blend. I'm going to rotate underneath. Maybe there's a little bit of bounce light, so it'll be lighter in value. I'm going to group and also further, again, push information. Outside the focal point becomes less. Now on that form shadow line is sharp at the moment. I want to soften it up. So I'm going to go up there and blend it. And as I do so, all I'm also doing is reinforcing the core shadow. And so that the volume and the turn feels more rotation. Now there'll be a couple of questions coming up I'm sure you're thinking about. Again, some of those hopefully will be answered through a couple of little explanations here. I can go back and blend. There's no reason why you can't overlap. So I'm not trying to hatch and match up to these lines. I'm actually hatching and slightly overlapping them. As I overlap them, I can use also hatching in between to blend it. So I hatch straighter lines, rotate direction, changing the slight angle, and I use hatching to then blend in between. Why don't I curve my hatching? If I curve my hatching and I curve it too much because it's much harder to control, this is the effect you can get. And as you can see, the surface does not feel as smooth. It feels bumpy because I'm curving that hatching mark. So as I'm turning around, notice in the cross contour, if I broke it down into sections, planes, these sections, they're not as curved. There's a slight curve to them, but not like a distinct curve. And so that means each section, even if I broke it down more, has a little bit more of a straighter line. So that I'm going from section to section to section, overlapping, and then blending in between. As I do so, cast shadow. So the first thing I want to implement is basically think about a ground plane in perspective. Going back in perspective this way, going back in perspective this way. So as I do so, with the perpendicular, I follow the ground plane perspective for the cast shadow lines. To reinforce a ground plane, this also goes dark to light. The darkest dark will be here in the cast shadow. Push that really heavy. Last thing I can do is reinforce line weight. This helps separate the object to the ground plane more. And so that way it reads stronger. The stuff outside, don't worry about it. Now the mentality is, but it's not done. It's empty. It's just an early sketch. It's not complete. You're thinking about this as an illustration. You're trying to perceive or convey a good-looking quote unquote drawing, right? A complete drawing. But that's not what this is about. This is about communication. This is about understanding something. I'm trying to figure things out. How do I build it? What's the surface of it? Where can I control it? It's enough information for me to now move forward. The viewer can look at it and also can then fill in the gaps for you. So the idea behind a lot of the stuff that I'm trying to draw, what I'm trying to also get to a certain level of, there's no mastery, but I'm trying to get a better confidence and control towards, which is about the ability on being able to minimize my actions and maximizing my effects. So what the question is then what you don't draw. The things that you don't have to draw can be then still can be conveyed through indication. So the effect of it, the information is still there, but I'm having less work to do so. So when you look at master painters and stuff like that, they can create amazing paintings with just strokes, a couple strokes, a plane of a nose, right? A painting of an eye. But hyperrealism is something of a place too. There's a market for it. I'm not interested in that. I don't like rendering too much. So I want to make sure I can, again, interpret, figure things out in terms of how I want to actually explain this through minimal action. That can happen, yeah. There's no reason why. Dry pens can be good, dry brush effects. But this is also about spacing, about how much you push, dark and lights, that kind of stuff. And value is really tough with pen. it's easy just to go overboard and really heavy. So it does take a lot of practice. So this is the hatching on how you would go approaching things like these organic forms, all right? So this would be one of the exercises that you'll be doing. The other one is that if I then took an object, here's our cross contour. Let's make it smooth now. And I wanted to apply our light. Here's our shadows coming down this direction. Here's our cast shadows here. Focal point is right there. Everything is being, again, set up just the way I did it before. Organic shape, simple form, cross contour, where are the light and shadows. Here's a focal point. But this time, we're going to apply a surfacing texture. The texture, let's try something like a thorn, like a crazy, sharp, thorny-like surface like a hedgehog or a cactus. And let's try to place in this kind of noise inside that surfacing. Now here's the thing. If I, again, let you just go into it without any sense of control, you will render and indicate texture from top to bottom all the way down. Everywhere on that surface, you will indicate this texture. And we can't do this. The reason one is because one is too much information. So we want to be able to indicate. Indication is key here. What is indication? To suggest, to give just enough of, to slightly, again, give information towards a detail that then people can then, again, figure out through that indication. So you give the audience enough information for them to now carry it through and fill it for you. The question is now, where do I place it? In this particular object, I don't want to just cover the entire surface of this. As light is hitting that surface of it, I want to make certain areas read as open space. Most of the detail I'm going to place it in is actually inside the form shadow. And technically, in terms of actual objects, as they are shining light on top of the surface, right where the highlight is hitting it, there's going to be a lot more contrast because you'll have the shadow to the light is very contrasty. As it turns over, it has less contrast. So it goes into the shadow, you see less of the information. Here in the drawing though, I'm actually going to leave the top open-ended. You can indicate those shadows, but I won't overly define every thorn. Here in the core shadow is where I'll actually define those blends of the actual thorns and also the details. As it goes into the shadow, less information, right? So I'll show you how this works. Right here, as I place in the thorns, the spikiness, at the core shadow, I start first. I want to define the individual information, the thorns and the spikes. And I'm writing on that form shadow line initially. As I then go into the shadow side and turn it in space, I can always use a combination of the spikes, but also things like hatching, filling in some darks. I am now grouping things together. As I do so, I also understand that the silhouette will now alter because this thing is covered in these kind of, spiky thorns. And so the silhouette will also need to convey that. Now, as I continue to push down the rest of this form, I'm using now hatching to kind of like group together all these areas. And filling in the shadow side. Once I get closer and closer to the edge of my focal point, I will then start to indicate further. I'll lighten the information. As I get even outside the focal point, the spike can continue to communicate on that silhouette. So you don't have to abruptly stop it. It can gradate outside. As I continue to move down, I want to gradate. I'm going to lighten the information. Indicating. Now, this line is sharp, and this entire surface is covered in this kind of thorn. So I'm going to continue to carry it upwards and now start to indicate that the surface does have this textural information. As I go to the top, I also know that the top of the silhouette is also going to have that thorn silhouette. I can't escape that. because the entire thing is supposed to be covered in this stuff. So I will suggest it. I will show you the silhouette. I'm going to creep into the inside areas, showing the indication of that thorn. But I'm not going to just fill the entire area in. Again, I'll start to show a few pieces here and there, the balance of the two together. Outside, focal point. What you'll also notice is that as I do these kind of individual thorns and spikes, as I move inwardly, they come back and always converge back into the original core shadow or back into the silhouette. I don't just put two in the middle and leave it the way it is. This isolates it. It has no blending to the rest of the form. So I want to always try to find a way to integrate, unify that information in detail. Cast shadow down here, I can really push that hard. As I can then gradate outside the focal point. Then of course I can reinforce it with the strong silhouette line underneath. If this was toned, then you could also use things like highlights to also further enable the way the surfacing is catching light on these individual textural thorns. So that means I wouldn't just fill it with highlight like this. I have to be considerate to the individual, pieces of texture that are on that surface inside the focal point only, not outside. Again, how it's catching that light. So now this is a texture applied into the surface, maximizing the information where I need to, minimizing the effects where I need to have it open, but I can still suggest so that the viewer can understand, they get it. Okay, this stuff is going to be covered entirely. So this is going to be just still as effective. Now, of course, there's no reason why you can't render the entire thing if you want, but this is again a way of time. You could do that, but it might take you an hour. But let's say we're on location somewhere studying. You don't have that kind of time. Even if you're just studying for yourself at home, you want to make sure that you can maximize the amount of mileage of drawing more instead of just doing one piece, the same amount of time it might take. Hopefully this is making sense. So what you're going to want to do is go back to your reference sheets from this week, all the different textures and patterns and hatching that you have. You can select one of them if you want to and use it to apply on top. You can create an original one if you want and apply this as well too. For those of you that are really stuck, copy the just one I've done from the hatching and the texture, replicate it, understand it, then reattempt it, then plug it in for somewhere else. Okay? This will be the second part of the homework. Hatching, then texture. All right? Okay. Let me drop this layer down. So we have the hatching, texture. So Nina, we can always go back and adjust the values as we like, right? And everything is done in is estimation. Yes, you can always go back and adjust. So that means you could potentially always start off at a mid-level, mid-value, and go darker, and also then go lighter with the highlights, depending on what you're using. Well, I'm using white paper. What can I then do? Use the marker to mid-tone it down, and you can use the highlight on top of that. At least the hatching will always still be on top. The marker should be a light value, 20%. All right. The marker can still be used here. Please use them. So let me write down the homework for you guys, and then of course explain the project. Well, Michael, hopefully also seeing what other people did will be a really good evidence towards it, but we can try to talk about it as best we can here. Because the textures that we created from last time hopefully was a part of that. And again, this is another part of where the studies where you actually copy from them directly could have been a very useful thing too. So based on what we had last time, and again, I don't mind doing it again. We'll just be mindful of the time. Let's see, from summer to Thursday. Again, just as a reminder, the demos that we're looking for were these ones over here, which we had the textures. Again, I know that some of these are just kind of a little bit quick. They're not really super clear sometimes. So we can try another one. So let's try first, homework wise, we're going to be doing hatching, hatch, and texture. We are doing a total of 6 forms here, 6 forms for texture. Okay. Organic. Geo is also okay too. You can take boxes and apply hatching or texture. So that seems a little bit flexing as to like what you do there, but the idea behind like geos, I'll show you a quick demo afterwards. First is, in terms of how we do them on the page, my recommendation on a piece of paper, 2 to 3 forms per page. So I would recommend you drawing a little bit larger, so that way you can actually see some of the details. Don't make it tiny, right? And I don't want it to be one big form on a page. It's going to take you way too long to do it. So 2 to 3 forms per page. This is minimum on both ends. Abstracted. In terms of geo forms, if you're doing like hatching on some of those, the idea behind it is basically think about your 3 values: dark, medium, and light. Now, when I see a lot of boxes being hatched on, people tend to kind of like, make a couple of common mistakes. One, they make their values too even on both sides. Not only that, they move the hatching in the same direction, which flattens that plane section. So what you want to do is show a better range of value. So I might have a dark, medium, light. As I know the light source coming from a direction, I can now push my darks, dark side. Let's push the direction of hatching in one area, direction. Let's go a little bit lighter as it moves upwards. But this is my darkest spot. The mid value, change direction. Let's open up the values to be a little bit lighter, not to be as dark as the darkest. So you have plane changes right now. Light area, changing direction, open it up more. Cast shadow. Darkest darks. And again, observation will be crucial here. Looking at the actual things will answer a lot of the potential questions. Pushing line weight. All right, so geo and organic forms are fine to use. We have a project that I want to assign you guys as well. Okay, so the project is actually going to be called the how-to. And let me explain to you what this how-to project is. All this is due next week. So this is a 1-week project. In terms of what the how-to project is, this is a visual communication exercise. Visual communication. What it requires is that this is a step-by-step process in how to do something. What that step-by-step process is, as an example, it could be how to ride a bike. Well, how do you ride a bike? What are the steps you need to do to actually learn how to ride a bike? It could be how to make coffee. Make a cup of coffee. Well, how do you make a cup of coffee? Do you use a French press? Do you use like a, I don't know, one of those instant coffees? Do you go to the Starbucks? What do you do? So this is a manual. It's an instructional, a step-by-step process in how to do something. Now, the thing is, these are just everyday mundane things you could do that all of us may have experienced, but you can push storytelling. It could be humorful, it can be light, it can be dark, it can be fantasy. For instance, how to kill a zombie. Well, how would you kill a zombie? What are the steps you need to actually kill a zombie? What about how to ride a dragon? What are the steps to learn how to ride a dragon, right? So this is a visual exercise in communicating a step-by-step process in how to do something. People love food, and people like to do food, but there are limitations, things you are not allowed to do and allowed to do. The first limitation is that this is on one page, on a sheet of paper on one side, one page, that's it, no more. So whatever page of your sketchbook is, you just use that, all right? Just use a sketchbook, one side. If you are limited to a single page, the question then is, how many steps do you need? Because if I have a sheet of paper and I have 25 steps, then all your steps in your drawings are going to be the size of postage stamps. They're going to be tiny. Can't really see them. Can't fit all them in there. If I only have 2 steps, well, they're bigger drawings, but it's not enough information for me to know how to do something. So average-wise, I like to have maybe 7 to 8 steps. I would say that's pretty good. Thumbnail. And write your steps. Get into writing notes, thoughts, bullet notes. So the first thing you should be doing for this project is brainstorming. Which how-to do I want to do? Just write them down. Select the one that you want to go for. Let's write down my steps. What are the steps I actually need to do now? Thumbnail it. Well, how do I organize the page? A little bit of graphic design help can be good here. But then as you write down your steps and you draw the thumbnails, you might figure out, it's like, oh man, I have too many steps. So then you might have to cancel out some of those. Which ones can I not use? Or which ones can I combine to a single step? The other thing about this limitation-wise is that there are no descriptions, dialogue, paragraphs, or written form of any kind that explain things. None of those, okay? So I don't want people there talking. I don't want you to explain what the steps are. It's all visual. However, titles and numbers are okay. So you can title your project, this is the how-to, whatever the case is. You can put numbers in there if you want to, but no descriptions, no dialogue, no paragraphs of any kind. Everybody understand what's going on? Let me even give you a real world example of this. Most of you, if not all of you, can you title each step? That's a good question, actually. I've never been asked that. I'm gonna say no. Let's just title the project, not the steps. Yes, there you go, Michael. So that's a visual. Let me give you a direct real world example. Most of you may have ridden an airplane. And what do you find in an airplane? An airplane emergency manual. And what do we have on the manual? Well, here is a step-by-step process and what to do in that situation. Arrows, figures, right? These are steps in terms of, well, okay, what if the oxygen mask drops down? So how you visually create this, think of it as an actual manual. Think of it like a storyboard. Think of it like a comic, a graphic novel. One other thing, style does not matter. I don't care if you make this in drawings of stick figures, okay? Doesn't matter. Does it communicate clearly? You can draw this realistically if you want. You can draw it cartoony. You can make it look like cartoons. You can make them into silhouettes, graphics. The idea is that, is it clear in communication? So what can you use visually? Again, Michael said, can we use arrows? Well, arrows are gonna be very useful here. It tells us how we interact with things around us, right? How things move, what direction should we go into? And of course, we can use simple graphical shapes. Now this is done on paper. This is done with your pen and markers and highlight tools, no color, all right? So the communication aspect of it, again, there's a lot of limitations, but that is, again, this is a problem solving exercise. How well do you communicate? Now you might say, but my drawing skills are not good enough yet. Again, you're already killing that potential. Don't worry about your quality of drawing. Don't worry about the style of the drawing. Pre-planning it, problem solving it, will communicate clearly. Even if it's sketchy, even if it's like really rough, oh, my proportions are off, doesn't matter. Oh, does it look like a human being? I don't know how to draw a human. Well, we can look at references stuff. Can you draw at least a stick figure? But you're like, but that doesn't look like a human, it's a stick figure. Well, a stick figure is a representation of a person. And we're fine. but you should still consider the aesthetics. It doesn't mean it should look like crap. I'm just saying that you can keep things simple, okay? So no pencil, no pencil. So you can use thumbnail process to understand what you want out of it. You can then use markers to plan things out lightly, and we go straight in with the pen. Commit to it, okay? So this is an exercise and a project that I give to my art center students. I actually don't give it anywhere else. My CDA class, my CGMA class, they don't do this. This is an art center exercise that we do in the beginning of the term, actually. Submit everything, Kyler. Absolutely. If you have thumbnails, research, things that you did, submit them. I want to see them because I don't want to see only how you did it, or not, I'm sorry, how you finished it, but also how you then began. What did you think of? How did you research? What did you sketch? The sketching process is also a huge aspect that we're trying to gain here, right? So how you start is huge to me. All right, so this is a homework exercise that we have for this week. The hatching, the texture, 6 forms here, 6 forms there minimally, then the project. This is all due next week. The best thing you could do right now is to start as soon as possible. Now, when I say start, I'm not saying just start drawing. When you start, you brainstorm. Just think about your project. What do you want to do? What interests you? Stick to your interests. Oh, I like food. Oh, I love sports. I like this kind of fantasy. Oh, is that right? That's interesting. How to be a Kamen Rider. Again, how would you be Kamen Rider? Maybe you have to like discover the little device that opens up and you turn into Kamen Rider and you ride a motorcycle. Again, fantasy, storytelling, humor, great things. How do I catch a Pokemon? I don't know. How do you catch a Pokemon? You don't have to like follow the way they do it. You can make it humorful. I had a student years ago that did one, not my student, nor a student, and it was like they had to hunt the Pokemon. They're actually like, you know, shooting it and stuff. You can take it anywhere you want to. Like I said, don't be worried about offending people. Now, I'm not saying you should be like crass and, you know, offensive in any ways. I'm just saying you can push storytelling, right? As long as it's tasteful to a degree. But like I said, I'm not saying that you can't play with things. I've had people like, how do I summon demons and stuff like this, you know, and how do I, you know, whatever kind of stuff. In any case, this is something I want you guys to try, and you may fail. And that's 100%, not 100%, but there's a high potential chance that a lot of you guys will trip over things. But I want you to, okay? I want you to, because as you make mistakes, we'll talk about them. Here's one hint of advice. I'm not gonna write it down, just say it. And it might be somewhat abstract, but the piece of paper that you're gonna draw on is not two-dimensional. It is perception-wise as you look at it, but as you draw on it, it is not only two-dimensional. You can layer, it's deeper. So the way you lay the images out, it's not just how images just fit next to each other. Think of it as more than two-dimensional. So that will hopefully change how you actually organize the thumbnail, or at least the steps on that piece of paper. You can maximize that use of paper if you think of it more than just two-dimensional surface, okay? Play with it, we'll see what happens. I think Michael gave one of the best advices actually. Arrows, yeah. Anyways, other research could be like, I don't know, IKEA manuals, how to put together furniture. Not the best manuals, but it's an explanation of some kind. Any kind of manual is always good to see too. But anyways, this is the homework for this week. Any other questions, comments, thoughts, concerns? Hopefully it's clear enough. Let me save this real quickly. It's a great explanation again. That correlates well to what I was talking about as being more than two-dimensional. Think about that a little bit, see if you can actually use it for your actual explanation and communication. Well, it should be at the very beginning, as you're planning out your steps, as you're planning out where your images go on that two-dimensional plane, as you might think of it as a three-dimensional space. So it has to start from the very beginning. Okay, let's see. what I'd like to do, and it's 8:30 already. So again, we'll continue on a little bit. And Dominic's homework right here. Let me just download this real fast. We'll see how many people we have. I know it's quite a, again, I'm glad to see you guys are doing excellent amount of work. I'm happy to see that you guys are pushing and producing. Based on the fact that we have so much to cover today, I'm a little worried that we're gonna go way too far. And like I said, for people that have to leave right now, I can totally understand it. But let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we have quite a bit. Is anybody here? Well, let's see. I know that we had a question about the texture, about surfacing texture, and we wanted an explanation and demo about that. I think instead what we could also do is do a couple of extra demos of things that we were kind of dealing with that can maybe give you the feedback and maybe even the questions you might have right now from the experience. Like, these were the problems I had. Oh, I couldn't figure out this texturing. It was really tough. Can you give me a demo of this one? Because it might help overall people. And what I'd like to be able to do is, again, I just want to make sure I give more proper feedback. I don't want to rush through this because we can skim through some of the images, but I don't think it's going to be helpful at all. What I'd like to be able to, and if you can be patient, what I'd rather do is do a couple of demos real fast about, let's say, like texturing something. We can do a couple of textures. And so that way, you had a problem document with my homework. Which one, Gorky? What part of the homework? Because that way, when we come to next week and we look at the hatching and the texturing on these abstract forms for this week, are you saying you had a problem with the document with the homework, or are you saying there was a problem with one of the homeworks? Oh, here's the problem page. Okay, problem page. We'll take a look at that real fast. So that way, when we come together next week, we can do a feedback of the overall from, you know, the hatching of the stuff, the shape combinations of things, and then of course the hatching on top of the abstract forms together. That way we give you a more complete feedback. But let me see if anybody else has any like problems, questions of things, we can discuss it. Here are some of the things that we have here as problems. Cannot seem to add a cylinder to a cube form and get the planes right along with the direction of the ellipse. The alignment is off, so if I were to draw a camera with a lens, it will seem the lens is tilted up or going down. So a cylinder coming out of a cube, okay? Then we have, I cannot seem to get the cubes or cuboids to line up on top of each other if they're facing different directions. The cubes on top of, to be flying off, so they will not be able to draw stacked books arranged haphazardly. So this, see, and a problem recognizing difference between texture and pattern, especially in nature. So it's actually a really good question right there, Mira, in terms of like, if I have a pattern that's on a natural surface, like an animal with hair. Hair is texture, but there is a pattern. It could be on leopard, it could be on zebra, it could be whatever. So then, is it a texture or is it a pattern? Well, it's both, but we can cite it to one direction to the other, right? So we can say, I'm looking more at the pattern. How is that natural pattern organized? If I want to set it to the texture, I'm now going to indicate the hair of it. As the pattern is also on there too. So you could have actually separated them that way, where I have a natural pattern, but I'm only looking at the repetition of those shapes. And keep in mind, in terms of what we said about the patterning, it's a repetition of those shapes graphically. So I can fill them in with hatching, but I wasn't indicating hair. So hopefully that solved that dilemma. So over the effects, you had a hard time thinking of some. So thinking of the effects, I think, has to do a lot more based on, again, observation. If you're trying to come up with the effects in your own head, I don't think you'll be able to actually do it at all, honestly. Now, I'm able to show it because I've seen and I've converted my observations of it into something visual. So in this situation of any of this stuff, observation is key. Now here we're having a problem from Gorky saying, we have this observation though. I have a camera and I have a stack of these boxes and I'm trying to simplify them. I have a box and a cylinder. I have a series of flat boxes on top of each other. And I'm trying to convert this into, you know, something visual now, simply. Now, Cindy was also using observation, right? So manga artists or people that have already interpreted for you are showing you their examples of it. Now you can copy it. What I will also do in the end is to push that, is to alter it, you know, edit it a little bit. What if I actually did this with that inspiration? Okay, that manga artist did this with the electric effect. What if I change it this way? Using it as an inspiration of the visual, alter it, edit it, make it your thing also too. You can copy it in the beginning, but try to also push it in different directions. That will be the extension of that practice, all right? So let's actually grab this, well, you know what, let's just keep it right there. Let's go to the camera first. We'll start with this as a shape combination, because then we can go into the texturing right afterwards. And next week, we're gonna bring back in the homework, and we'll do further feedback of the stuff that you guys have. Like I said, anybody here who has direct issues, just question it, let me know. For people that are listening in, I do apologize that you're not here, that you can't ask these kinds of questions at the moment, but hopefully the questions that are being asked are in line with the same kind of problems that you guys have had. In both situations here, Gorky, is that you have to understand that perspective now comes into a play, especially as we're observing it. Now I can just look and try to interpret through as I watch. Again, I don't have to even set up the perspective. I can go, you know, without the horizon line, not even putting in the vanishing points, and I'll look at this and try to interpret it onto the page. So I'm using my observational skills. Now, because you lack the observational skill, even if you had strong perspective applied, like the horizon line, I know where my vanishing point is, it may still not come out the way you want to, because you're trying to obviously look at something and draw it. Here's the problem with this kind of observation, especially within thinking. You want to recreate the same box, the same cylinder at the same height, the same length, the same whatever. So you're trying to match to what you're seeing. That has a lot of own issues, okay? Because again, now you're dictated by the image. What we want to do here is recreate this that has the same effect, which is I see a box, I see a cylinder, and they're being pushed together. This is not even really interacting. This is stacking. This is a cylinder on top of a box. That's all that's happening. So all we're seeing right now is a cylinder, and that's not a cylinder, but a box that's in whatever perspective, and I'm now seeing a cylinder sitting right on top of it, okay? We had a couple other questions over here, or Kyle does. Could you do a quick demo of breaking down a water pattern texture if there's time? I had a hard time breaking down and simplifying wood and water patterns. Yeah, they kept getting too busy, of course. And I can show you this, I mean, like, this is what we do. And you'd be like, oh, okay, I guess I'll just try to copy that. Again, we could stay there, but there's more we can do to help better set this up. Now, is it a good exercise to directly copy from this image to match up to where you're recreating the same box and the cylinder within this perspective? Yeah, of course it's a great exercise, but that also means it requires a lot more planning. Where this is about a free form of being able to stack and connect the forms together, but if we're now using a reference to recreate the same thing, this requires a lot more planning. Now you can eye it, but it's not going to be accurate. You're still going to have a human error. You're still going to misalign things. It'll be slightly off in perspective or the camera angle. It won't be perfect. Even if the perspective is perfect, the camera angle, you might just misjudge a little bit because you're going by eye. And when you're eyeing it, you're estimating. Okay, so I can even eye this too. I can say that, okay, I can see a perspective going this way, going back this direction. I see the box being this thin as it then moves forward to this perspective, as it comes down to this height. I'm just eyeing this right now as the perspective goes back this direction. The vantage point is going back way over, I'm sorry, I'm going to erase these lines, way over here, receding all the way back somewhere. The horizon line is somewhere way up here, okay? And the other vanishing point is going back that direction. I'm just kind of eyeing this at the moment. So as I've done so, I'm going to try to find the position, and right now the length of it could be just a little bit shorter. I'm going to readjust my box to be a little bit shorter. As I do so, I can kind of see where the grip of the camera is going to be over here. I can place in now a box on the front plane, matching up to this perspective line, to that one. I'm going to cross off that point. If I know where center point is, from this vanishing point to the left-hand side, we're going to now pull a center line from that. Again, just drawing it out freehand. And as I do so, this is my minor. Now, we didn't talk about this, and we will at some point real soon. So as I have a minor, and I have the major, which is going to be 90-degree angles to the minor. The major here, minor, point here, point here. These are the box. And I throw in the ellipse. That is now in perspective. Okay, now I eyed this one. This one I had to construct. So if I'm going to try to draw from this photograph to be as accurate as I can make it, I got to construct it, right? So as I do so, now this line is going to come out this way, because it's coming out in perspective. Following these lines parallel, I'm going to try to mimic this ellipse to the front. Now, of course, this is a much more complex amount of things. There's layers and layers of rings of the actual ellipses. I'm simplifying, just one cylinder. So it goes, wider in some parts, thicker in some areas, and thinner in some parts too. But I'm just making a one block cylinder. So now I have, again, this is the minor, this is the major, and as it changed the degree coming forward a little bit, that slightly altered a little bit, becoming slightly thinner. So the ellipse on the area of section where it's connecting to the box is wider. As it came to the lens, it became more narrow. Exactly. So the minor emerges from the vanishing point on the left. The minor is the shortest distance between the ellipse, the shortest distance, always. The major is 90-degree angles to the minor, always. It doesn't change. The major is 90-degree angles to the minor. The major then is also the longest distance of the ellipse, longest distance, okay? So the thing I have to consider with the minor and the major, though, is that I can't just follow that. Because if I have the box, now for people that are listening in, it might be a little bit confusing. I'll re-explain this in more detail, even next week, actually. If I take the box and I then cross it off, find center point. This is center to the box. But as I draw the ellipse in there, again, the minor might be coming out this direction. This is the shortest distance here. Longest distance is this way, over here. This is 90, okay? So if I throw the ellipse in there and I connect only to the minor and the major, that is not a true ellipse. If I drew a box, okay, and I crossed it off, and I only drew the box connecting to the grid, that is also not a true ellipse. The true ellipse is actually in between the two. It has to interact with both the minor and the major and also the crossing points. If I actually broke this down even more, imagine if I actually now created a diamond. Then we had a rule of thirds. This is a midpoint, quarter, quarter, okay? Halfway point, not on the edge, on the actual diagonals. Quarter, quarter, midpoint. Quarter, quarter, midpoint. So on the top, left, right, bottom, and the quarter points, I connect those areas and I can create an ellipse. But again, this is not a true ellipse in perspective. This is an ellipse inside that box plane, but I didn't consider the minor and the major. So what you have to find is an estimate in between. What that means is it is impossible for us to get a mathematically accurate ellipse in perspective. Impossible, unless we use a computer. Now we can estimate it. We can consider both the box as a center point and also the minor and the major. And so that means I am going to consider the 4 points and the minor and the major and draw something in between those areas. And so that way the ellipse fits inside of it. This is something I discovered through research by looking at actually technical drawings from automotive design. I'll even show you a quick example of it, right? I know that we're kind of diverging and pushing time, so I apologize. But for those of you that have to leave, leave. But if you want to stick around a little bit longer, we can talk about it. What I saw was this first example, Scott Robertson. You guys have probably seen Scott's, how to draw book, and he probably has that section on ellipses. Now, both Scott and Neville are great instructors, and they talk about this, even in How to Drawing book, but this is their own notes. As you can see, in the ellipses, he talked about the major axis. The major is then the longest distance between the two sides of the ellipse. Ellipses and circles are always symmetrical. You can't get away from that. They're symmetrical objects. As you have the minor axis, it's the shortest distance between the two areas of the ellipse, whether it's thinner or wider. That's a degree change. The minor and the major are 90 degrees to each other. So everything I just talked about, Scott also talks about too. This is something that we just kind of slightly mentioned, but this is something I didn't get into just yet. But there is a center point, which is the center of the perspective of the box that I created for you guys. But the center of the ellipse is actually off of that. And the reason why is because in this box, as you'll notice, just look at the center of perspective, okay? And the both sides, each half of that box is not symmetrical. One is shorter, one is wider. This is because of perspective. To find true center of the ellipse, it has to be symmetrical. The ellipse, it has to be. So that means the center point of the ellipse is actually inside of it, slightly. That's really confusing, I know, but that's the way it actually works. But once we consider that fact of it, again, as the vanishing point is coming down, that's your major axis coming from the vanishing point. Minor axis aligns with the actual horizon line, okay? I'm sorry, other way around. Minor axis coming from the vanishing point, major axis is aligned with the actual horizon line. So the problem is this: when he actually applies it, for some reason, Scott doesn't actually consider the major axis anymore. He only considers the minor axis. Now, the minor axis is actually one of the more important parts. It's the most important part. Once you have the minor, you can find the major. I'm sorry if I'm confusing people. But again, the minor axis emerges from the vanishing point. It is the shortest distance between the two sides of the ellipses. The major is 90-degree angles to the minor. So you always have to have the minor angle, the axis. But for some reason, he doesn't draw the major. So it's not better, it's necessary. The minor axis connects back into the perspective point. The major is dictated by the minor axis. So once you know the minor axis degree, the major is 90 degrees to it, always. But what you'll see here is that Scott draws in the minor axis that comes from the vantage point, but he doesn't draw in the major axis. I never understood why this was the case. And what he also does is he draws the ellipse connecting to the four corners of the box, up, down, left, right. All right, this is what he's drawn, literally. So as you come down, he only considers the minor. The minor is emerging from the vanishing point. Again, shortest distance between the ellipses. He doesn't draw the major. Now, he does this probably to make it simpler for people to understand, but I then always question, like, but I'm trying to figure out how to make the ellipse true, you know? Because again, here's the minor coming out, shortest distance, but he doesn't draw on the major. But the major is still considered because it's obviously there. It's the longest section of the actual ellipse. But if he's not communicating that, for the student who's just beginning, looking at the stuff, you're like, well, why did we explain the major in the first place? Why do we have that before? How do I actually use it over here? So if you don't see it, it's really hard to connect the dots. So I have to figure out, like, well, why didn't you have it? And also, if we're going to try to figure it out, what do we need information-wise? So this is where I found this through research. This was an automotive book on drawing for technical manual stuff, all right? And they talked about ellipses here. And they're using Illustrator. They're not freehand drawing. They're using a computer. They're using a program to create these things. So using Illustrator, they explain the same stuff right here. This is the major axis on a circle, minor axis, okay? So they're 90-degree angles to each other. In an ellipse, major axis is the longest distance, minor axis is the shortest distance. Over here on the right-hand side, you'll see as we put the box in perspective, the center point is a perspective point. The ellipse center point is slightly left to it because the ellipse has to be symmetrical, right? So as we then go down, they talk about, like, you know, producing continuation of the ellipses and stuff like that. We're not really worried about that. I'm actually looking at this right here now. Right at the bottom is where it kind of gave me the answer. How do we make sure that the box in perspective is square? So it has to do, well, okay, so here as we start to put this in a box, figure 7 to figure 8 to figure 9, it actually has, in perspective, you got to use things like auxiliary points and stuff like that to make it actual correct, but they are not putting this box in a perfect cube. But this has to also do with the actual degree. So it has a degree down here. We've rotated the major axis by 20 degrees clockwise. So we changed the ratio between the major and the minor axis. So now it's a 40 degree. So that you have to use, you got to use protractors. So if you actually want to control this to be a square to a perspective to be perfect, you got to know the degrees of it. Makes it really hard, right? So we actually have to use tools. This is if we're going for technically accurate, but in most cases we eye it, right? Just eye it. But you can see over here, the box is in perspective, okay? But this ellipse is actually within a degree. I think they said it was a 40 degree. 2 point, 40 degrees. So as we go to the bottom, what I'm interested in though, regardless of the degree, it doesn't matter if the box is a square, if it's a rectangle thing, it's about the ellipse and how it fits within that plane. As you see in this figure, 15, 16, and 17, what they've done here right on this side, as I'm circling it, this green ellipse is actually being drawn in considering the major and the minor. The one in the center is an ellipse connecting the dots of the box perspective. All the corners, up, down, left, right, and the diagonal points that I indicated. Okay, so that's the ellipse inside there. What you'll find is that when you overlap the two together, they don't match up, right? So you see the green dash, that is the one that considered the major and the minor. The black line is the one that considered the box perspective. So these two ellipses are off. So both of them are not true ellipses. What they then tell you at the bottom is that to correct this, is that you have to compromise between the technical accuracy and the visual trickery. Once incorporated into the overall illustration, you'll find that this technique produces a very natural looking ellipse that blends nicely with the perspective and the object they belong to. So what they're doing is that they're considering the major and the minor. You can see this one right here, it doesn't follow the major and the minor, only the box. But here we have to shift it, rotate it, where it fits in between the two. So they're eyeing it also. This is a technical drawing manual from an automotive design. So even though they're using tools, Illustrator to create this stuff, what that means is that they have to correct it, you know? It's gotta be corrected by eye, essentially. So if you wanna figure this out by computer, this is where they said the fudge factor. This is what they call it, literally, a fudge factor, okay? It comes into play. Because if you wanna create this accurately, there are complicated mathematical equations to solve some of those issues. So we can't do that. Now, if you use a computer, you can go for it. But if we're freehand drawing, obviously I can't expect you to give me a completely mathematical accurate ellipse. It's impossible. So once I was reading stuff like this, it's like, man, this is actually so much more complex than what I was thinking. Thank you for sharing that, Kyle. So yeah, Nguyen is saying, you always thought that you knew exactly what the wheels and perspective look like whenever you sketch the vehicle. And obviously we don't. We give the estimation of it, right? We're fudging it into it, but we gotta know the trueness. We gotta know how the minor and the major work. We gotta know how to put the box into perspective. And once you know those two areas, we gotta actually just kind of fudge it in between. But then when you look at the way Scott was explaining it, that's why this, I think, wasn't unfortunately as helpful. It uses a lot of the same principles, but this is all freehand drawing, you know? And so he's able to fudge that because of his experience. But when you're talking to someone who's just beginning and you gave him this manual in the beginning, you wouldn't know what he was talking about, like what happened to the major? Like, why aren't you considering that anymore? Right? So here, minor axis correct, degree wrong. So he is following the major here more, but this one he's following the box more. But then like, well, so then that means, are you then also fudging it? But he doesn't explain that. So I found this to be actually frustrating because for me, actually, this was also tough too. As I was, going into it, I actually truly was, had a hard time understanding this as a younger person. We were always taught by XYZ. I never liked that approach because I could never remember what XYZ was. So the major and the minor made more sense. But as I used them, I also discovered this stuff. It's like, oh shoot, it actually isn't true to one or the other. It's not you just following the minor and the major, and it's not even following the perspective. It's in between those two. So is then a question, is there a difference between a separation between concept artist and 3D modeler? Not necessarily. The concept artist should know these well, not accuracies, but they should understand the principles of how these work. Now you would use tools to give you something much more precise. So a concept artist can still use 3D tools to give you something very accurate, right? So it's not just eyeballing it. We're using certain eyeballing techniques to produce them depending on the stage of what you're producing. So a concept artist in the beginning might do sketches just to like get ideas. It was not about technical accuracy, but you got to take those ideas and finish them. So whether you're using 3D or using like painting and drawing, we got to make it much more technically precise. It may not be 100% unless you're using 3D models. If you're drawing it, it's still an estimation. But then from there, it does have to go to 3D models to actually make an asset to put into a game or a film. And the concept artist wouldn't do that unless that's something he does too, which actually can happen. Because 3D assets created by concept artists could be given to a 3D modeler and they can then clean it up. Anyways, I thought this was interesting. I was, again, like I said, I'm going to save this more for next time, but that question, especially even just a simple question, like I just want to draw a camera, but now we have to consider how like the ellipses fit on a plane. I put that box in perspective. I consider the center of the box. I consider the minor and the major. True ellipse center is off a little bit into it, right? So it gives me something more symmetrical. So right here, this is all estimation still, you know, but I know the rules of what's going on. So it gives me something of relative accuracy. I don't know if that makes sense, but I hope it does. But anyways, what I'm hoping for is that you be able to give us just a straightforward eyeing of this, where they combine the two forms together, where I'm not even setting up the construction of it, but I'm able to at least indicate some of that construction so I can just plot things out generally. So even if you give me stuff like this, that would have been fine. Could you go deeper into it? You could, but you weren't exposed to it. So I wasn't expecting that. I wanted to see how well you use draw through techniques. And so that way we can accurately place it in a box, we can accurately place it in a cylinder, whatever the case is, right? Does that make sense, Gorky? So I know there was another question about like the stacked boxes. And again, the same thing here. If I plotted out the perspective, then of course I can, figure that out better, because what I got to do is I have to sit, figure out, here's the horizon line. Okay, here's then, the actual table. And then of course, then how all the boxes are going into different vanishing points. Because they're sitting on top of each other, they're all vanishing to the same horizon line, every single one of them. But as they rotate, the vanishing points shift on that horizon line. So if I set up the perspective, I might be able to figure it out better. But I can also try to eye this, right? As long as I start to get a basic principle of what the rules are. So if I said, okay, I'm going to go with, let's go with the top of the actual box. And you can see the top of the actual book has less of a surface top plane. As I get to the bottom of the book, there's more of a surface. And so that means the horizon line is about right where the couch cushions are. This is about where the horizon line is. I'm eyeing it. So if I can even eye that, here's the horizon line. I'll create my first box. And that's going to be a very shallow top plane, because this is converging to the back of the horizon line this way. I'm going to put my first box in there. I'm going to go for the one on the bottom, and it has a slight rotation to it, but it's still, again, like I said, slightly shallow. So the perspective is going back this direction and that direction, because this is in a 2-point perspective, where the top one is a 1-point perspective. So here I'm going to start to plug that in. Then the one on the bottom maybe rotates more. So I'm going to place in first a corner of the box. This is going to go also rotate in a completely different direction that goes back into the horizon line. So because I'm considering the horizon line, they're interacting within the same space. They're stacked on top of each other. Now, if I just drew it freehand, it's like, okay, I'm trying to draw this one, and I'm going to try to draw that one, then it looks like they're all kind of shifting and tilting differently, right? So this requires a little bit of planning, but if anything else, just really good visualization skills, which you may not have right now, but we're building towards it. Hopefully, again, this helps. Corner of the box, going back in perspective that way, visualizing where it connects to the horizon line. As it gets below the horizon line, I see more of the plane of the top of that shape. So the way I think of it is, think of creating a series of boxes as the horizon line is up here, and as the box shifts downwards, you see more of the top, more of the top, more of the top. Okay. All right, let's do one last demo here, which is about the texturing. I think that was the only last one. Yeah. Oh, the water pattern, that's right. I mean, yeah, of course. Create a single box and dissect it. I mean, the idea is to create whatever box you have. And you just choose a direction of cut. It can be like this, or it can be like that. Whatever direction you have, then I have to follow the points from one plane edge to the other. It's cut this direction now. From here, it's cut this way. down this way, drawing through, coming this way. Let's cut this side. So if I cut that from point to point, this gets cut off. So now I have a silhouette that will look like this. But drawing through is a huge aspect, right? Let's do the water and the texture at the same time here. You know what? We can just type in water, but I can also look for like a scene. How about like a creek? In this situation, especially when it comes to effects, or if I'm going to be doing the water, I want to latch onto a visual that's interesting to me. I'm not going to just look for one that's like, oh, that's a good example of a water surface. I'm also looking for just an interesting image. Well, I see really cool ones here, like a creek, where the water is going through a little creek and river, and like hitting rocks and different pebbles. I can also have like a just general water, and we can kind of see how it pours into a cup. Like it's kind of cool right there with all the bubbles, or like a wave in a pattern, right? Or something like this, where we have surface of the water and all the different, changes in the waves and in the surfacing as it ripples and changes and distorts. And something like this can also be done as well too. And so right here, we already have a plan. I mean, we have it from one side to the other, and I would just find a strip. Let's use the bottom one. So if I use something like that, I can then go in there and start to plot this out. So the first thing I want to do is graphically interpret it, shapes. I don't worry about the dark and the light just yet. I just want to make sure I can group and find some sort of pattern of all these waters that they're kind of moving around. And I'm seeing just, all these kind of diamond-like shapes. That doesn't mean I'm going to equally fill all this stuff in. But I'm going to try to also look for some kind of pattern, but sometimes it can be very abstracted. And I'm going to group some things together. I don't want to just individualize everything. I want to start to find ways to just indicate. Now the hatching is what's going to help me create this gradation. So from one side to the other, I'm going to push my darks on the underside of where the water top surfacing is. Now I'm not mimicking or matching to the image in the photograph. I've only been inspired by it. So I'm pulling information that I like about it, but I'm not copying each section. That's the one thing you have to also understand about how to use references, is that we can just copy things, but I think for exercises like this, it's good to also just interpret. And so a lot of these edges are pretty sharp. So I can continue to refine and fill. I think the creek one will be a little bit easier because we have moving water. And we also have context of other things, rocks, grass, the ground plane, things that will help us understand more. Where something like this can be really hard to describe as a surfacing, but still, we can interpret through these kind of like shape languages. So in between that up here, I'm going to start to kind of push this darker. Oh, absolutely, Nguyen. In terms of like experimentation of what you can find ways to do it in. Sometimes, some things don't even really translate well. That's the one thing you also find out too, when you actually draw from referencing or observation, that not everything that you study will interpret well to the page. Even if you drew it exactly as it was, it just feels weird in the drawing. I'll give you a prime example. If you draw animals, head studies of an animal from the front view. In the photograph, it's just the animal. It's like, oh, a llama or a giraffe. And you look at them directly from the front. You just accept it as it is. It's a giraffe. But when you draw it and you really have to study it, they're very bizarre. And as you draw it, and if you show that drawing to a person without the photograph, they'd be like, that's a giraffe? And they'll question it, because like that doesn't look right. So there's weird things that can happen as you translate to the drawings, even if it was exactly 100% accurate. It just looks funnier in a drawing. As you notice, I'm forcing it darker over here. Even though in the photograph, I'm seeing it lighter equally on all sides, I'm choosing to go darker to go lighter. So as you can see, I'm just kind of choosing some of the selected shapes to kind of push some of the hatching, and I'm moving relatively faster here. But if you took the time to really kind of select out the things you needed to, push in the lines where you have to go, you get a lot more variance and a lot more nuance within the example. So I do hope some of these, demos are helping a little bit with some of the questions and dilemmas that you guys maybe ran into this week. And so that when we look at them again next time, we'll have a lot more deeper feedback into it so that we can actually see the physical examples. But for today, hopefully the demos will just have to suffice for the moment. Rely upon just the mileage. Think about the things that we just kind of talked about now. You can even reattempt some of the previous exercises. What I would also recommend you guys do is you have that link to each other's work. You should be observing other people's stuff too. Well, how did that person approach it? What were they thinking of? Many things can be applied in that way, whether for presentation, the actual physical homework, and of course the variations of how they just thought about stuff. Again, we had a question like, I had a tough time just thinking of effects. Well, observation, right? Look at stuff, research more, rely upon your ability to research. So here's, water ripples and stuff like that. Hard to convey. If I took away that image, people might not really have a hard time figuring out what that was. But me, I'm trying to actually directly link these two together. So would there be other ways of doing it? If I did several other iterations, I would continue interpreting and finding the essence of what this is, and hopefully I can maintain that. Like right now, I just noticed something else right over here. That right there is giving me a different information that didn't apply on this side, which is I am noticing like a ripple effect like this. And then it can like emerge into these wave patterns. There's a distortion, a disruption in the water of a wave right there. I just noticed that. So I didn't pick it up at first, but through multiple observations, after you study it, kind of reflect on it, look back on the image and seeing anything else you can notice to pull from. If I include that ripple, it might communicate something that's close to what would be perceived as water, right? But then of course people would say, oh, that's a nice chunk of wood. So sometimes people still would interpret it differently, but that's just the way it is. Drawings are limited in that way because we're limited based on the fact that we can't include color. We can't really include light the way we want to. It has to still be very harsh in some portions because we're using pen and line. So drawing with ink has limitations to them, but the benefit is that it's interpreting. Stylization can happen. It is the way you view things. And so in a lot of ways, it's also a heightened version of some of the things too, which can be better than reality sometimes. Anyways, Kyle, hopefully that helps a little bit in terms of different ways of interpreting textures and surfaces or water or texture. And we'll do more even next week because as you guys have more questions, as you guys kind of reflect and observe other people's work, continue writing some questions down, think about some stuff. I will save out these demos so I can send out to all of you guys tonight. And that way, hopefully it'll help you a little bit based on some of the potential issues you ran into for this week, and then replicate again. Excellent, good. So from there, next time we come together, we'll actually have our first observational subject, which is insects. So we have one lecture based on bugs, pretty straightforward. Then we'll be doing the entirety of feedback, which then goes into this week's and then going to last week's, and then doing a combination of all that feedback with extra demos, and that should hopefully catch everyone up. And as you guys can be patient with that, I do appreciate it. And hopefully we'll continue on moving forward and we'll have less of those kind of sidetracks. In any case, does anybody else have any issues, questions, dilemmas, problems? We've gone, relatively good over time, so hopefully enough of information to cover for you guys to move forward on things. But if you do have any last ones, please go ahead and ask, Dominic. I'm going to save this real quickly too. For those of you that have not been using the Google Drive link, please use it as much as you can. It's a great way to share stuff. So you bought a REMA Sandstorm paper, and I was wondering where I could get it bound. Okay, so would Office Depot staples work if they were open? I don't know where you live right now, Dominic, but if you are in a state where you're in Irvine, I don't think they're going to be open because of the quarantine stuff, or because of anything else of curfew. I don't know if Irvine right now is open because of any kind of curfews. LA right now is not on a curfew, but the quarantine has closed non-essential businesses. So what could you do then in that situation? You can handbound it. Well, but again, think about the curfew. You can just research it, just type in online, see if they're still open. Some of these stores are opening up. Some retails are now beginning to open. So printers. Another place I would look at is like shipping centers, shipping. So like Kinko's and FedEx sometimes have offices that are connected together, and Kinko's will also do it too. They'll do a spiral bound. So just a simple spiral bound that's plastic is more than enough. I also just recommend clipboards, honestly. But do research into it. If you do find something, let me know. But I can even look into it myself. But of course, I'm in LA, so it might be a little bit different than Irvine. But Irvine might have a few things potentially because it's less dense of a population. So maybe some of the retails are more opening up. So if you just call them up or look online, maybe they'll actually have some places open like Staples or Office Depot. And yes, they will spiral bound. It's normally just plastic or the metal ones. Kinko's will do plastic. Other printers will potentially do them too. So great. Anybody else? Last questions, problems, issues, concerns? Well, of course, again, I do appreciate you guys sticking around. Thank you for all the questions. I hope you guys found the lecture today interesting and beneficial to some manner. I will save the demos out and of course download the video and upload it as soon as I can. It'll take a little bit of time, so hopefully I will get it out tonight, if not tomorrow early morning, but I'll try to get it out tonight as soon as possible. All right, cool. Thank you guys. Again, thank you for your patience. And again, homework stuff will be definitely reviewed even further deeper into it next week, and we'll go past that and go into our second half of the term. Great. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate it.